Paranormal M invites you to dive into the tales of the unexplained and the spine-chilling. Subscribe now and turn on notifications to stay connected to our haunting stories. The unknown is waiting for you. I heard a loud banging and I keep feeling like something was off. This happened a few months ago while me and 5 of my friends were exploring an abandoned building. 4 of us had been before, often going on weekends for a few weeks, so we knew the area very well. This building does get burnt a few times a year, so it's very damaged and fairly popular. But we were in the basement, which isn't damaged much. It's very dark, with no other visible way inside. The basement starts by going some stairs and taking a turn down a long corridor. With doorways without doors, each room connects, and it's a small space. But getting the end is another room that goes around to the other rooms, but there is a room to the right. This room was most likely for ventilation. There's large metal things that look like they are for ventilation. Me and 2 other friends, have been in this room a few times and haven't noticed anything strange, but when we went in there were a few things strange. Firstly, when we got there, we saw bricks that had been carried in. And it wasn't a few, it was probably around 40 to 60, and some were used to make a fire pit. Me and another friend walked up to this with the others behind. Me and this friend had the only good torches, and as we looked inside, we saw burned wood. But as we got close to the end of the room, we heard loud banging, presumably from the metal things inside, and that scared us off. After we ran, we saw no one following us, so we stayed far away, watching, seeing no one leave. After a while, we moved to a different part of the building, but still able to see the only entrance and exit of the basement. After a while, we went back like idiots. Slowly went in and explored, looking for anyone that could be homeless there. But we found nobody. We didn't really think about it at the time, but I keep feeling like something is off. There's definitely something missing. I worked at a haunted hotel in the 80s. This is kind of a long one. Years ago, back in the mid-80s, I worked security at a hotel in Covina, California. I'd like to relate a few experiences I had working there for 2.5 years. This is kind of a long one. The elevator in the northwest corner of the hotel by housekeeping. The hotel is of an open atrium design. Atrium, I bet. On multiple occasions, a woman wearing a green dress was seen entering the elevator at the ground floor. The elevator would proceed to the second floor. The elevators all had glass backs. As the elevator went up, you could see her disappear about 3/4 of the way to the second floor. This was seen by multiple members of staff, sometimes with more than one staff member seeing this at the same time. The elevator always felt cold and always had a scent of perfume in it. The bar area, part of my duties were to make sure that common areas were secure. There were 2 emergency exit doors on the north side of the bar. These were checked several times at night after the bar was closed. I would make sure that these were secure. On one night, on my 3rd patrol, I watched one of the doors open and close while I was about 25 feet away. Nothing was disturbed in the bar or anything being missing, and no one but me was around. One of the bartenders, who, when he worked closing, would always request to have security with him when he closed. He would feel uneasy, saying he felt watched and see shadows while closing the bar. Room 209. We had a guest who passed away in the bathroom in room 209. Of course, this would never be disclosed when renting a room to a guest. On 2 separate occasions, we had to have guests return to the front desk and request another room. The first guest complained that the shower was running when they entered the room. They thought it was odd and shut it off only to have it come back on again 5 minutes later. They shut it off once again only to have it come back on a few minutes later. Deja vu. The second guest, who had booked a 3-night stay, requested a new room after the first night, complaining she had an eerie feeling she was being watched in the bathroom. The back office, there were about a half-dozen potted plants in the back office. One night I received a radio message from a terrified night auditor who was new on the job. As he was working, he heard a commotion in the back office. He found all the potted plants had been thrown around the office. I ended up spending the rest of the night with him, and he quit the next day. There were also phantom footsteps and shadows in the property. It was quite active. I only wish that we had the ghost detecting equipment we have today back then. I sort of think that those things did exist. And I was a night auditor, and it was creepy, but not too creepy to go to the old building to get a yoo-hoo. I'm convinced to this day I have seen my deceased aunt. Growing up, I've always had a love for video games. Coming from a rather not-so-wealthy, not-so-poor family, my parents weren't able to get me the system I truly wanted. The system was an Xbox 360. All of my friends had one, and I wanted one for myself. My parents wanted to buy me one, but it was not on their budget. What did I do? I saved any little money I got, and finally, after my 11th birthday, I was able to buy myself one. The Xbox was located downstairs at my parents' house. My mom always gave me a time to shut it off and to go to bed upstairs. The stairs go up the majority of the steps, and makes a turn with a few more steps till you reach the second floor. Just like any other night, I was playing Xbox, and my bedtime had came upon. I turned the Xbox and the TV off, along with all of the lights downstairs. As I were to make my way upstairs, I turned the upstairs light on in the middle room. I walked up the majority of the stairs and made the turn to the middle room. As I turned, I seen my mom in a white gown with a gentle glow to her. I didn't say anything, as she never really turned to say anything to me. She subtly made her way into my sister's room where all the lights were off. No night lights, no TV, nothing. It was like a routine to hug and kiss my mom goodnight, as we were never promised tomorrow. I walked into the darkness of my sister's room to find no one in there. Turned the lights on in case my eyes were playing tricks on me. But they in fact were not. Neither my sister or my mom was in there, and I quickly turned the lights off and ran to my parents' room to find my father, mother, and sister all to be found. They were all giggling and joking around, and I, on the other hand, had no words, but questions to how my mom got there so fast and changed her clothes and why she hadn't said anything to me. Them, being dumbfounded by these questions, had nothing to say, but I was seeing things, and they were in my parents' room the entire time. The next day, I was shown a picture of my deceased aunt. She died of cancer before I was born. Until that day, I had not known how her and my mom looked so alike. So much alike that they almost were unrecognizable from each other. I still carry that occurrence with me to this day, and I'm convinced I've seen my aunt, but also wonder at times many questions to why or how I seen her. Was the glow to her figure a good sign? Has she made it to the afterlife? I thought once a spirit made it to the light, they were no longer able to walk this earth. At least my prior knowledge from books, movies, and TV shows. I have many questions. At the same time, I think it's maybe for the better good for them to be unanswered. Have you ever experienced an angel or a spirit in general? Was it good or bad? And do you even believe in spirits and ghosts? Awoken by hearing my name shouted. Learn that others also experienced this in the home. There's a lovely historic house in my family. It's known as my grandmother's house. Though it's been in the possession of her daughters for longer than she lived in it. It was built sometime in the last third of the 1800s. We can see a kitchen was added in 1915 from digitized records, but not sure how old the main structure is. The house is in an historic district of a small town in Ohio, and it was incorporated in 1810. House next door has a plaque listing its origins as 1859. So it is old. Anyway, my grandmother came to own the home with her second husband in 1959. He passed from a heart attack in 1968, and she continued to live there until her death in 1988. Since then, it's been occupied by her daughter, my aunt, who will be 82 next week. I live about 4 hours away in Detroit, and I'm one of the closest relatives by proximity to this family home. Long story short, my aunt and her sisters, including my 85-year-old mother, recently put up money to renovate the house. I've spent more time there lately to help my aunt's twin sister move in with her, and to generally help them both with their medical needs. During one such visit, my mother also joined us from her home in Tennessee. So it was my twin aunts, my mother, and myself staying in the home. We all had our own bedrooms, as it's a fairly large home. One night I was fast asleep, and I woke with a start at hearing my name shouted. I assumed it was my mother because I heard both my first and middle name, and my mother's the person who used all that the most. I turned on the bedside light. No one was there. The room was closed, and it was around 3 a.m. I listened to the stillness of the house, calmed myself down, and went back to sleep with the light on. The next morning, I woke up before everyone else, went to a local coffee house to work for a couple of hours. When I returned, one of my aunts, the twin who had recently moved to this house in Ohio from her condo in Arizona, they were smoking at the picnic table in the backyard. I joined her for a chat. We spoke about the weather, about my work, about her upcoming dental appointment, and her sister, the long-term resident of the house, joined us with her morning coffee. Then I remembered my experience in the middle of the night and shared it with them. The newly moved-in aunt said, "That's happened to me 3 times. I hear my name being called, and it sounds like Mother." At this point, her sister chimes in, "That happens to me too. I've been hearing my name called in this house for years. Not always at night, but awakening me from sleep, sometimes even a nap." They've never told each other. We basked for like a silent moment in shared wide-eyed wonderment at our mutual experiences. Then we move on to other topics. About 10 minutes later, I enter the house, and my mom is in the kitchen, busily preparing a breakfast for everyone. I sit at the table, I chat with her, she flits about the kitchen. I then excitedly shared the story about how I'd woken to my name and how upon sharing I learned both aunts had also experienced this. To this, my mother stopped her preparations, looked at me with her eyes wide and pointed at herself. "You too?" She nodded a slow nod. And I will add I've never experienced this anywhere else, and my mother and newly moved-in aunt say the same. I also recently experienced the door to the bedroom opening by itself. A house that traumatized my family. I'll start this off with a little bit of a backstory and some important information. I'm a 23-year-old female and I now have 2 kids. But at the time of this story, I only had one, which was a 2-year-old boy. We lived in a small 2-bedroom house. It was my son and I, my fiancée, and our 2 cats. Now, I grew up in a small town, my grandparents on their farm. The property they lived in was infested with bad energy and spirits and demons. I don't know why they stayed in that house so long. In the early 2000s, their barn burnt to the ground, killing many of their horses. It was ruled as spontaneous combustion. It was assumed that there some tightly baled hay that may have had bits of moisture in the middle and it caused the fire. They rebuilt it in the following years. And as I said, this house properly was evil. Shadow figures, horrible nightmares, weird animal deaths, and so much more. Got out as soon as I could get out of there. And years later, I ended up in the house that this story takes place in. It was the summer of 2019. We had just bought a pool for our backyard. We were so excited to use it. We filled it up that day, and I got a text from my grandparents later on letting me know that they were moving about 6 hours away, and that the nice California king-size Tempur-Pedic bed from the guest room was up for grabs. I told them I'd love it, and so we went to grab it. Totally interrupting our swimming plans, but that was okay. Bringing something from that house into mine was the worst mistake I ever made. That night we woke up to my 2-year-old son screaming from his room. We ran in to find him sitting in his bed pointing to the front of his room. That's where we found a puddle. A 3 by 2 foot puddle of water on his floor. It was summer, there was no rain, but we checked the roof and walls and checked everywhere for any type of leak, and there was none. We checked him to make sure he didn't pee, and he didn't, and I smelled it, gross I know. And it also wasn't cat pee. There was absolutely no explanation, and he slept in our room that night. The next morning, we seen our bathroom sink was clogged. My fiancé turned off the main water line under the sink so that way he could turn the water on, causing an accidental flood. A couple of hours later, we headed to the store to get stuff to unclog it. When we got back home, I seen water coming from the bathroom, flooding the hallway. Both sink handles were turned on and water was pouring from the sink. Checked our security system. There's no way somebody broke in, and that's when I started freaking out. Didn't even understand why all of a sudden this stuff was happening. Fast forward to a couple of days later, and we're headed out of the pool finally. As my son headed toward our door, he looked up in the corner of the ceiling. Immediately drops to his knees to cover his eyes and starts screaming. He told my fiancé he saw a quote-unquote dead girl crawling on the ceiling. I flipped, went to the house, and left for 3 days. And 3 days later, we had some friends over. We were drinking and hanging out, and a friend had an air mattress on my son's bedroom floor. We decided that we needed to head to bed. All the lights and the TVs were off. And 15 minutes later, the TV turns on, and the song Drowning by Kodak, I think, starts playing. Listen to it if you haven't. No. The first 30-ish seconds are what played. I went out to turn it off, and the remote was dead. So no, a cat didn't step on it, and nothing. I started putting pieces together, though. I called a medium, and she told us to take the pool down immediately. And that either something was trying to warn us that something bad was going to happen with the pool, or something was going to try to drown my son or pets in it. I still have chills telling this story. And she also said that I'm sensing you guys just brought something into your home, and there's evil attached to it. You need to get rid of it now. That's when it hit me. The bed. We bought a travel trailer and moved in a month and a half later. My son, now 6, still remembers the girl he's seen. I'd still keep that bed. The sad shadow in our kitchen. This story takes place in my childhood home, a farm home that housed more than the living. This was one of the experiences that still gives me chills. If you walked into this house, you'd see the efforts made to have it feel homey, or as they wrote, homely. The floor-to-ceiling windows that let in great amounts of natural light, the perfectly worn-in couches and the happy family pictures hung on the walls. But if you stay up long enough, you'd realize why most of the family dreaded even a day trip there. I, being about 7 at the time, had a bedroom tucked in the very end of the hall. I'm sure most of you have gotten up to get a drink in the middle of the night, right? Well, simply, you just sneak out of your room and tiptoe to the kitchen, trying not to wake up Mom and Dad. For me, it was much different. First, I needed to muster up the courage just to pull my covers off my head. But then I would look down at the floor and run through the hallway till I reached the opening to the living room. I looked down, and when I ran to be sure I never glanced accidentally into the bathroom, see, the bathroom was at the opposite end of that hallway. The door was almost always open. Inside the open door, the mirror on the vanity would show me everything behind me as I came through the hallway. After I saw an apparition of a woman behind me once, smiling with the most eerie smile you could imagine. This is the only way I would ever walk down the hallway again. After the hallway came to the living room, I'd walk sort of quickly through to the kitchen. Kitchen had a big center island that you could walk around to get to the fridge and the sink. Fridge had water and an ice dispenser on it. Had a light that turned on when you pressed your cup against the trigger that made it to dispense, basically. And to my right was the sink, and in front of that, in the dark, sat what looked to be a black garbage bag. Grabbed my cup out of the cupboard next to me, and right as I lifted it to the water dispenser, I hear faint sobbing sounds. I tried to brush it off, and I started to fill my water cup. As soon as the light comes on, it illuminates the room. I look over to the sink, and the bag I had seen was now gone. I remember jerking my hand away from the fridge unintentionally out of fear, and as I did, the light went off and the bag was back, except more defined. Now, I could tell it was a dark shadow curled up into an upright fetal position. I heard the sobbing again and immediately ran back to my room. I remember that night having a dream about a woman who lost their baby. The baby got sick and passed away in its sleep, and the woman shortly after hung herself in the old shed at the far end of the property. I have no way to confirm this, but I believe the shadow I saw was her. And the dream I had was her way of telling me her story. From then on out, I'd see this sad shadow woman every night I'd get up. Same spot every time. I'd also hear her sobbing. She never moved or even tried to look at me. I think she was a very sad soul and kept captive by the evil spirits that controlled her house. Wish I could have helped her move on looking back at it now. Weird ghost stuff at a friend's haunted house across the street from a funeral home. When I was in high school, I met a friend who was a stoner and pretty introverted. We hit it off because we had that in common. Went to her house a few times to smoke, and the first time she invited me over, she gave me a tour of the house. There was a room in the middle of hers and her dad's that they never went in, and it was locked. She disclosed that a lot of weird shit happened in there. Would often hear things in the room when no one was in it. She told me that her house and surrounding area in general was haunted. Thought it was because of the funeral home across the street. I thought it was kind of cool and didn't expect to be there long enough to experience anything. The first visit there, nothing happened, and I left a couple of hours later before her dad got home. It was nice to have a friend with a place to smoke at that age, and her dad didn't get out of work till late at night anyway. The next time I hung out with her, I was sitting in her room alone. She was in the bathroom when all of a sudden I heard loud buzzing next to my ear. It was as if an insect was hovering and it was instinctively having me swat at it. But when I looked around, I didn't see any mosquitoes or flies or anything. When she came back in, she showed me her window, and in between the screen and the window itself was a shit ton of dead bees that had been trapped in there, apparently. I felt super creeped out and told her about the buzzing, and she laughed at me. She was already used to these weird occurrences. By far, the weirdest and most obvious event that happened was the third time I visited. We were pretty high, and we were laughing at some super vulgar joke I'd loudly made when all of a sudden we heard 3 loud knocks at the door. I was frozen in shock because I was humiliated that her dad had heard me say those things. The room was filled with smoke, even though we both thought he wasn't going to get there till the nighttime. We heard him walk through the hallway and go into the kitchen. I didn't want to leave the room to pee and run into him after that because I was so embarrassed. I really needed to go, though, so I asked my friend to check if he had gone into his bedroom already. But when she came back in, she told me no one was home. So, as creepy as that experience was, I'm glad that it was a ghost instead of her dad. I saw a ghost in my room. So this happened around 10 years ago. That would be when I was about 12. It was 3 a.m., everyone in the house was sleeping. I was still up watching YouTube videos on my iPad. I was fully awake, not tired at all or anything like that. My bed was positioned against the wall, and I was laying facing away from the wall, so I could see my whole room. Out of nowhere, a woman appeared in the middle of the room, standing on the floor. She was wearing an 1800s puffy dress and holding an umbrella. It wasn't a normal woman. She was fully made out of white light. Imagine it looking like a very dense cloud, and lit up my whole room since the white light was extremely strong and kind of glowing like an aura around her. Almost the strangest thing about this was I didn't feel scared of her at all. Not anxious, not scared, nothing. I was shocked, but still as calm as before. She disappeared again after 1 or 3 seconds, so she wasn't there for long. My mom didn't believe me at first when I told her this, but after all these years now, she thinks it might have been my guardian angel showing herself. For a long time, I didn't want to share this story, and since my mind was telling me not to for some reason. Partly because it felt wrong, like I wasn't supposed to share it. Does anyone have a possible explanation for what could have possibly happened and why it felt so uneased by sharing the story before? Rather, why I felt so uneased. A very strange experience. Now, I've been fascinated by the paranormal for as long as I can remember. However, I didn't really ever experience paranormal activity myself by the time I was around 16. This is something I struggled with for a long time because to this day I really don't know if it was a dream or if it really happened. I'll start by saying around the same time I was 16 and I was living with my parents, and after about 6 years, a lot of strange things had happened before. I just brushed them off as, oh, there must be an explanation. But there was this one incident I'll never forget as long as I live. So, to get these quick details out of the way, we lived in a house built in the 1940s, as far as I know. And we had this one cat named Scratch because she loved to claw at everything. One morning at about 5 o'clock in the morning, I felt I was having a dream. And I woke up and I just stared at the wall by the end of my bed. It was like I was frozen and I couldn't move. Then after staring for a few seconds, I started hearing a scratching sound coming from my gaming chair. It's on the side of my bed. It was turned away from me at the time, and I finally was able to look over at the chair, and it was turned away from me. So I thought, oh, okay, that's just Scratch messing with my chairs. But exactly after that thought, the chair turned around by itself with nothing on it. While I was frozen with fear, I just kept thinking, I must be dreaming. Then I heard a very loud pounding on the closet door. Like so loud that the first thought I had was, that's gonna wake my parent up. I literally couldn't figure out what to do and what was going on, and for some reason I was worried about them waking up even though I thought it was a dream. So I jumped up, ran to the door, and as this crazy knocking just kept getting louder, the door was literally shaking. As soon as I opened the door, a huge rush of cold air hit me, and I swear to God, then all of a sudden I came to. The closet was empty, and about 10 seconds passed before my mom shouted from the top of the stairs, "What the hell was all that banging?" Then my heart sank, and there I was, standing in my underwear with the closet door open. Only thing I could think to say was, I have no idea. She told me to stop messing around and get up for school. And to this day, I have no idea if it was real or just a dream. Still think about it every other day, and it gives me the chills. One final night at home. UK, male, 30 years old. Just bought a house, only owned by one family before me. Youngest son lived his whole life there and had died. Was in his 90s, having never left, married, or had kids. A fortnight into home ownership, and was there on my own this week after work, stripping wallpaper and prepping it for some major work. One evening, for some reason, I just walked in and said, "Hi," name of the deceased. Wasn't really sure why. Spent the whole night, and for the first time there, this very innate feeling that somebody was in the room next to the one that I was working on. Not just in the house, but in the adjoining room. Even thought my AirPods, it felt like I could hear enough to picture what the person was doing or where they were standing or sitting. Like in an empty house. Like at home, when you can tell who's walking up the stairs or what your partner's up to by the sound of the floor and the cupboards make. When I left around 10:30 p.m., again I instinctively said, "Bye," insert name, and as I got to the gates of the drive and turned to shut them behind me, I heard a really clear, frail voice say, "Hello." It was from the direction of the front door. And as I stood there just staring and then looking around to see if anybody else was on the street, I heard, "Goodbye." The next day, I arrived to find a letter posted and addressed to the deceased from the land registry, confirming a change of ownership was made to his property. And since that letter, the house feels like it did before that odd night, and the vibe is peaceful and content. I'm not a believer at all, I've never considered it, but I can't help but think that after all that time he just wanted to spend one final night in his home, and I was lucky enough to be there with him for it. Creepy encounter at the hotel I worked at. This paranormal encounter took place at the hotel I worked at last year. I was 20 years old working at a small mom-and-pop hotel in Ontario, California. I'd worked there for some time before I started to stay there for a few months. The owner taught me everything that I needed to know, so I could run his business while he went on business trips to Africa. Mind you, I didn't have a car, so my only option was to stay there and work around the clock if need be. I didn't have to pay for the room, and I got to wash my clothes in the laundry room. There's a grocery store within walking distance and restaurants all around where I could get food at a discounted price. Since I worked at the hotel, I thought this was a sweet deal. One night my boyfriend came down to visit, and while he was in the bathroom, I heard banging coming from the room next to ours. Then I heard scratching on my walls. I told him to stop playing, and he didn't even know what I was talking about. The banging continued all night, so I called the front desk. I told them the people next to me were loud, and I had to be up at 6 to go down there to work. She was quiet for a while, and then told me that she hadn't rented out the room next to mine. Mind you, I had an end room. I quickly ran outside to see if the curtains were open or closed. They were open. I could see right into that room, and no one was in there. This was an outside hotel. Does that mean it's a motel? I forget how that works. I'd never been so creeped out in all of my life. And then I decided to sage the room to rid it of any bad spirits or energy that worked for a while, though. Until it didn't. The next time, something demonic happened. I was asleep and I kept hearing whispers in my ear. I hate whispers with a passion, so they creeped me out to the fullest. So I sat up in bed and I was looking around the dark room, and in the corner of the room I saw white glowing eyes staring at me. I felt frozen by its glare. I could see its body, and I saw that it was crunched down holding its knees. Then I saw more shadows appearing closer and closer. I reached to turn on the lamp next to the bed, and it didn't cut on. So my next thought was that I needed to run outside to get to safety. It took all the balls in the world for me to get up and run outside. I was so scared I couldn't even feel my legs. All I could feel was the cold wooden floor beneath me. I got to the door and flung it open, only to see that the bedroom curtains were on the outside of my room's window. The sky was black and the clouds were dark green with gray tints. I was mortified to realize that I was still asleep and I hadn't actually woken up. Looked back inside the hotel room and saw myself asleep in the bed. I screamed bloody murder, and then that's when I jolted awake for real. I said a prayer, went back to sleep. The encounter that followed was worse. I went back to sleep, and yet again I could hear things in my sleep. I was scared and couldn't move any part of my body. I started to pray. I was doing this in my head as loud as I could, only to be awake and to feel my body slam in the bed as if I was levitating. I called my grandma the next day, and she said that that was a demonic attack. Got in my car shortly after, a few days later, and never stayed in that hotel again. I was severely depressed at the time. I was staying there, and maybe those spirits were feeding off of me. Never stayed there again. I thought you said you worked there. I'm confused. I still don't know what she was. It started 2 years ago. I was into horror videos and the third eye, jinns, and all similar things at that time. Everything was fine, and almost every night I used to meditate before sleeping to open my third eye. After a while, I began to notice some energies that were a bit new to me. Can't even describe them properly, but it was like a mix of chills and being watched. After these occurrences, I gradually started to see a woman in the corner of my eye, especially in my bedroom. Her face was jet black, and none of her facial features were visible. She was dressed in all black, had shoulder-length black hair, and stood at about 190 centimeters tall. This thing, whatever it was, I still have no clue what it was, would always stand in front of me and stare at me motionless, which was very scary. She never spoke, and I almost always would see her out of the corner of my eye. Later, after doing my third eye meditation every night, I heard a woman's voice saying, "Just close your eyes and don't look back." Was she perhaps trying to save me? But who was this voice? And was it the same woman in black who was perpetually in the corner of my eye? Or was it a guardian angel who wanted to save me from her? Anyway, time passed. That woman in black was gone, and I stopped my third eye meditation. Then after a while, she appeared again. But this time, I was no longer afraid of her. A few times, I heard my name whispered into my ear when I was completely alone. But I don't know yet if it was from the same woman in black or not. Caught a glimpse of her again in the corner of my eye, but this time more clearly and distinctly. I remember one time when I was seeing her, she told me somebody was coming into my room. My grandmother walked into my room right after that. One night I finally got a glimpse of her in her eyes, her hair, her clothing. The face were black, as always, I suppose, but there were two gleaming white spots where her eyes would have been, and she was staring directly at me. And my question is, why was this woman present, and what kind of creature was she? And if you have any idea how I can see her again, I would appreciate it. People are seeing me in places I am not. It's not a feeling like a coincidence anymore. This has been happening to me all year, so from the top. At the beginning of the year, in January, my girlfriend and I were just chilling. I was on the game and she was watching TV. I was playing for about an hour. And during that hour, she came to get a drink, and I told her that I'd be going to the store after the game. Played the game a little longer, and then I said that she came to me saying, "You haven't went to the store?" I said no, and she swore she saw me leaving with my hat on. Last year, I always wore my hat, but I can't at my job, so I stopped wearing hats altogether, being that I'm mostly at work, and that was in September. I didn't pay it any mind and just called her crazy. Then her sister was over helping with some yard work in the back one day in April. I was cleaning inside the house, and I swept and went to dump the trash from our room. The kitchen door leads to the back, and I was dumping the trash into the kitchen. She was standing in the door, and called out to her, and she got so startled. She said, "What the fuck? How'd you get out here so quick?" I told her I'd been in the house the whole time. So she explained why she was by the door, and she was drinking some water. She saw me at the other end of the house outside, with a hat on and a black bag. She said it looked like I was getting something out, but she didn't pay it no mind, and then I called out from behind her. I had an experience in June at Walmart, but I claimed it to be me, looking like someone else. I mean, how many people go in and out of there a day? However, my girlfriend and I were together. One of the cashiers came to me and asked if I was ready to be checked out. I was confused, but I said yes and started following her because who doesn't want to skip a long line? Anyway, she looked at me again and asked, "Why didn't you have a hat on?" But again, it is Walmart, so it doesn't mean much for me. It was really because of the hat. And so that leads up to today. I was eating Wendy's at my desk at work. My coworker bust through the door and said, "You motherfucker, were you hiding from me or something?" I was confused, and I'm like, I haven't left this desk in like an hour. She said she was just outside in the parking lot, and she seen me in the car with my hat on, and she was waving. She looked elsewhere, looked back, and I was gone. She thought I'd leaned my body to hide, but also wasn't sure if she saw me. So she came through the door like that, thinking my chair was going to be empty so she could validate herself that I was hiding. I could have been anywhere else at the time, but I hadn't left my desk. She also told a coworker I hid before she came and asked me. And as I said before, I do not wear hats anymore. I stopped wearing them in September because they're not allowed for my job. so I don't wear them at all. My father tried to say goodbye. I've been a long-time lurker. Thought about sharing this story every July that passed. Mobile post, so forgive me for the formatting. My father passed away back in July 2013. He was diagnosed with cirrhosis at age 54 due to his heavy drinking, especially when he was younger. The doctor told him he had only a year left to live if he continued to drink. And remembering one of my uncles died to the same disease recently, he finally did. This diagnosis was in 2005. Fast forward 8 years, and it's the 4th of July. We enjoyed our local park's fireworks show. It was beautiful, and I was fortunate enough to record the event. Recording his voice and us having laughs together, and after the show, however, he started feeling sick, so we went home. That same night, we had to go to the ER. Turns out his liver was failing and couldn't process his daily toxins fast enough that was actually swept into his bloodstream. Toxins built up in his brain. He became disoriented and aggressive. The doctors gave us the terrible news that not only was his liver failing, but so were both of his kidneys. That's when he declared my dad would die in less than a week. Despite not wanting to accept this, we called all family members and close friends, and they had a chance to visit my dad. He was happy to see everybody, but also confused, and after a day the doctor discharged him and put him on hospice care with an oxygen tank. Visitors continued at our house maybe for about a day. That was until my father suddenly fell into a coma. I whispered into his ear that I loved him and I was proud that he beat his addiction to alcohol. Never got to hear him again. Passed away 2 nights later, never recovering from his coma. That's when unexplainable things started to happen. He owned an old stereo that would read hello on the digital screen every time it would turn on and goodbye whenever it was turned off. And the night he passed away, the old stereo kept saying goodbye. I must also mention that it was unplugged. Next to the stereo, we had a small pair of hands made of glass which would light up, but the battery died a long time ago. We kept it anyway because we liked it. However, it was turned on too in flashing colors rapidly. I tried to turn it off, but the switch didn't want to budge. The next weird occurrence happened at an aunt's house. We were just paying respects to my dad's memory and had pitched up tarps with a bunch of seats. Started to clean up once everyone left, when suddenly somebody grabbed the neck of my jacket in the back and shook me violently. I gasped and looked around thinking somebody was messing with me. No one was around, just me picking up the chairs. The last occurrence happened on the way to his burial. I was in a limo with my visiting cousins reminiscing about my father. Once we drove past the entrance of the cemetery, I suddenly felt a sharp jab on my side. Turned to face my side, but realized no one was sitting in that direction. My cousin noticed my reaction and said, "I saw a white hand on your shoulder but didn't want to spook you." I choose to believe my dad was trying to say his goodbye since he wasn't able to in life. Metallic roar and screech. Heavy wing beats. I've been putting off looking into this for a few months now, but I can't stop thinking about it. I'm a 31-year-old female, and I stay in a town just outside of Glasgow, Scotland. Back on January 7th this year, I had an experience that genuinely freaked me out. It was very late, and I had just got off Discord with a few friends. It was around 2:30 a.m. So I get off the call, go check on my pet ferrets and cat to make sure that they have plenty of food and water for the night. So as I'm milking about the flat, which is the apartment, I heard a very distant screech and roar. The only way to describe it is metallic, like metal on metal, but like throaty. I don't know, but not natural. My cat heard it as well. She got low to the ground before creeping over to the window and having a look about. I was intrigued by what it was, so I cracked the window ever so slightly in the chance it happened again. I knew I wasn't hearing things due to how my cat reacted, so I go about getting stuff sorted, and after a few minutes it happens again. Still quite distant, but it was louder. My cat hopped up off the window ledge and somewhat hastily went into the bedroom. Sat at the window for a little bit listening, and not long after I had heard it again. Couldn't say if it was closer or not, and now I am a smoker and I refuse to smoke indoors for my pet's well-being, and to not make the place stink. At this point I'm kind of freaked, but it had been a couple of hours since I had one, so I thought I'll have one before I turn in for the night. Put on my shoes and I head out the back, which is like an isolated large rooftop area. It's not like the actual roof, it's kind of a weird setup. It's at the rear of the building. But anyway, so as soon as I light up I hear it again. This time it was very close. My heart's racing, but I'm super curious. So I walk out a little bit further toward the railing to have a look around above the building. Just the usual dark with the glow of the streetlights from the side of the building. I walked back to my usual spot next to the door and had to relight my cigarette. Now that I'm doing so, I hear it again. This time very loud, but not only that. This time it was occupied by what I can only describe as the sound of heavy beating wings, basically somewhere above me. At this point, I'm full-on flight mode. Drop my cigarette, bolt inside, making sure the door's locked behind me. Stood there for a few minutes, processing what the hell just happened. I only heard it once after that, but it sounded further away. After collecting myself, go into my bedroom, and my cat's buried underneath my duvet and not wanting to come out. By the time I sat on my bed, it was just shy of 3 a.m., and I instantly messaged my friend who had been on a call with, well, his response was basically laughing my ass off. I know what I heard, and I didn't sleep until the sun was up. Hadn't really spoke about it to anybody, but it's bothered me ever since, and although I've never experienced it since, it really messed with my sleep for the longest time. Has anyone else ever experienced something like this? Any idea what it could be? And it's honestly left me with questions that until now I've been too afraid to ask. I lived in a haunted apartment, and I'm still recovering. Putting a trigger warning on here because I talk about using substances and alcohol. Been wanting to tell the story for a while, but haven't really known how, and fair warning, this is going to be long, but shortened to the best of my ability. I moved out of this apartment in a frenzy. Almost 2 years ago now. Had a lot of time to process it, but still can't wrap my head around what happened there. I've tried looking up information about it to see if any deaths ever occurred there, but couldn't find anything. Anyway, this was the first apartment I moved into on my own. I split the rent with my younger sister. Didn't notice anything weird with it at first. The rent was cheap and it was an old building and kind of dusty. But it had some new appliances and it was spacious. It even had an extra room which I could use in an art studio, and new floors in the kitchen, nice hardwood in the living room, good location, and it was right up the street from a nice park with a river. Overall, it seemed great. So we signed the lease and moved in the very next day. First night I slept there, I didn't sleep well. Once again though, nothing weird. Just wasn't used to the noise from the neighbors, and because I was dirt poor, I didn't have a bed or curtains or anything. So it was kind of uncomfortable, but normal. A few weeks in, I'd gotten myself a mattress from Walmart, curtains to block out the streetlights. I'd set up my art studio and found some more furniture, either secondhand or from relatives. The place began to feel like a home, and that was when weird things started happening. First, it was small things that were easy to brush off. My sister said she could hear silverware clinking in the kitchen at night. Then she accused me of messing with her doorknob while she was trying to sleep. We chalked it up to vibrations from cars driving down the street or the neighbors making noise. And these small disturbances continued, but we didn't think anything of it. Started to have trouble sleeping. Wake up several times throughout the night. At the time, I worked early mornings at a coffee shop. So sometimes I'd wake up at 3 or 4 in the morning and just stay up the rest of the night. There's no clear reason why I couldn't sleep. I just find myself waking at odd hours wide awake, eventually, it took a toll on me. And I started to have a nightcap to knock me out each night. Usually just a glass of whiskey straight. Never drank much before, but for some reason it seemed like the best thing to do. Worked for a while. Meanwhile, my sister was also having trouble sleeping. She'd stay up late playing music too loudly, which caused friction between us. More friction, I got tips at my job, which I kept in a coffee can in my room, and over time I noticed money missing. We also fought about her drinking my liquor, and then about her spilling alcohol all over the apartment, and then about me waking up in the middle of the night finding my bedroom door wide open and things moving around my room. I felt a need to protect myself somehow, leaned heavily into some kind of spirituality. I cleansed the apartment with sage often. I kept certain crystals in my pockets and started seeing 444 repeatedly. None of this really did anything, of course, but I felt a compulsive need to light the sage to charge the crystals. Now, when I woke up at night, I'd walk down the street to the river and lay the crystals out in the rocks. I'd write 444 on a piece of paper and then burn it with a lighter and throw it into the river. Didn't know why I did this. I also went on a lot of long walks to clear my head and get out of the apartment. I felt like the only time I could think clearly was when I was in the building, or rather, wasn't in the building. As time went on, both me and my sister drank more and more heavily. There's many nights that I just don't remember. I'd be working in my studio having a glass of whiskey and would wake up in my bed soaked in vomit. The art I made was weird, a lot of gore and watercolors. There's one of a snake coming out of a woman's belly, another of 2 women plucking out each other's eyeballs. There's one drawing of my sister I tore up and made into a collage, and the inspiration for those seemed to come in flashes. I'd get really strong visions and then have to create them, all the while getting drunk out of my mind. Tried to create more images in the art style now, but I physically just can't do it. I started getting terrible nightmares. Nightmares where I'd wake up sweating and screaming. Really horrific stuff. Some of them were reoccurring. One in particular was of the room next to me, my art studio being on fire. There was a blonde middle-aged woman I saw a lot in these dreams. She always looked cross. Not sad or even angry, but just very stern and almost disappointed. The whispers started maybe 6 months in. At night while I was falling asleep, I'd hear these whispers, and sometimes they'd whisper my name. Often they'd said, "Leave the body, keep the body, leave the body," over and over again like that. Through all of this, I continued to see this 444 a lot, try to do yoga and meditate during the day. Here was the only time I had an out-of-body experience when meditating. I felt my whole body vibrating and felt a pop. Then I felt like I was floating around the apartment and could float through it and see everything. My sister came into my room while this was happening and tried to talk to me, and couldn't respond to her. It felt like only a few minutes, but when I came out of it, I saw that over an hour had passed. Bad stuff happened in this apartment. My sister invited a boy over who she hooked up with and started dating, who eventually turned out to be very abusive to her. Other people she invited over always seemed to start these big, awful arguments. And one of these people broke the window to the front door. We had to call the police a few times because people got violent. I invited my best friend over one night. I never had romantic feelings for her, but for some reason, she and I hooked up and started dating, and things ended between us very badly. But before we broke up, I spent days at a time at her place, and whenever I returned to the apartment, I felt terrible. I felt sick. My skin felt itchy, almost like I was allergic to it. Don't get me started. I also felt inexplicably on edge and irritated. I took allergy medicine for a while, thinking I had a dust allergy, but it didn't help anything. The only thing that helped was not being there and sleeping there. Got to the point where I was afraid to go to sleep at night because of the whispers and the nightmares. The drinking certainly didn't help things, but when I was there, all I wanted to do was drink and disassociate as much as possible. I struggled with depression and got very bad during this time. After my ex and I broke up, I couldn't stand to stay in that apartment any longer, so I left and I moved 40 minutes away to a new town. I sleep soundly in my new place, but that old apartment shifted something in me, and I started getting flashbacks from something traumatic that happened to me as a child. Checked myself into a hospital and stayed there 10 days. I have 2 other siblings aside from the one I shared the apartment with, and they all lived there at one point or another. Each one of them started using alcohol or other substances heavily, and each one reported feeling a sense of unease there. Basically, staying there made all of us crash out. I can't help but feel like something paranormal was at play. Now we all moved out of there for good, and I don't drink often anymore, but when I do, I don't drink whiskey. I have the same crystals I used when I was there, and I still consider myself spiritual, but not nearly as fanatical about it as I was then. A lot of us are much more stable now. My depression is under control, and I don't have any nightmares or flashbacks. Still recovering from all the money I lost there, either from buying alcohol or my sister stealing from me, or from not ever getting my double security deposit back. I am, however, writing this because last night I dreamt about those awful whispers. I woke myself up screaming. And I'm here in my quote-unquote new place, and I feel safe, but God, I never want to experience anything like that again. It felt like a different version of myself then, something I never want to see again for as long as I live, and like I said, some of it I don't even remember very well. There's something very, very wrong about that place. But somehow I feel a weird sort of attachment to it. Like a toxic relationship or something. It's bizarre. I still don't know if it was my mental illness or something else. I will say that as soon as we all moved out, new tenants moved in. But the place went back up for rent just after a few months. And all I can say is good luck to whoever moves in there next. That place is cursed. My dog came back to me. I worked as a veterinary technician. Pay isn't very good, so I rented a very small condo in a not-so-ideal part of town. One day, a man came in with a very sick pit bull puppy. The man could only speak broken English, but he understood that he had tested positive for parvo, and he needed a lot of expensive medical care to give him a chance to recover. The man couldn't pay, so the only other option was euthanasia. I knew, though, the moment I stepped into that room that the sick little puppy was mine. I asked the man if he would give me the dog and I'd pay for his treatment. He reluctantly agreed, and thus he became my dog. It took weeks for him to recover, and I had to order a special antibiotic, but he did bounce back. He was afraid of me at first, at most times, and I went to check on him. It was to give him injections, and one particular stings. One particular injection stings. We lived together pretty normally, and for about 2 years, and in those 2 years he also got in valley fever, giardia, and ringworm, which he then gave the latter 2 to me. There was one Saturday I'll never forget. I was so tired from work, emotionally exhausted from my job, and Harvey, that was his name, came up onto the couch. He wasn't allowed there and slept in his kennel at night up to that point. I was too tired to sort of push him off, and he came up and cuddled right up next to me. We both fell asleep, and when I woke up, I had never felt better. From then on, we always slept together. He would jump on my bed wagging his tail, waiting for me to wake up and just be by my pillow. Never felt afraid of being a young female in a harsh part of town. 3 drug dealers shot one another in front of my condo. I couldn't even get in until the next day as the place was surrounded. There were always police visiting, and once I found a lost kid and had to call police and they took him away. But anyway, Harvey always made me feel safe. And when men would approach me or catcall at me, he would always react fiercely and kept harm away from me. We lived alone together, him and I, for many years, keeping one another safe. Even paid $2,500 when he tore his knee apart and needed plates and screws to be put back together. I always say that he's the most expensive free dog I ever had, but I never felt more bonded. One day I noticed something growing between his toes. The vet told me it was probably a cyst that would eventually go away. Well, 1 year later it was still there, and the vet assured me it was nothing, but something about it didn't sit right with me. So I took some cells via a small needle at work and put the cells on a slide, stained it, and looked at it myself via a microscope. I didn't see bacteria, I saw cancer. It was so bad that in order to get rid of the cancer, we would have to remove his leg, shoulder, and everything. It was a scary few days after his amputation, but once he found his balance, he could run and was a very normal 3-legged dog for a year and a half. We thought we'd gotten all the cancer out, but it ended up coming back in his spleen, unseen until it was too late. Eventually, it went to his brain. Saying goodbye to him tore me apart, and I got so used to saving him, just him always pulling through, I couldn't fathom the thought of letting him go. But it was merciful to put him down. Held on to him probably too long and told him how sorry I was and to please come back to me somehow. Then he died. It was 1 year later, and talked about it, still hurt my heart, but after one night after falling asleep, I woke up and my room was in total darkness, aside from the light illuminating my bed. I could hear something coming toward me, but I couldn't make out what it was. So I crawled to the edge of my bed to check it out. The light then shifted just a little bit, and there was Harvey. He leapt on the bed, and he was so happy to see me. He didn't have any gray hair, and he had all of his legs, and I held on to him with all my might. I just said, "Thank you, thank you, thank you." It didn't last long enough, though. No amount of time would have been long enough, and I actually woke up and realized he had come back to me, but only in the way he could. In a dream. Never again will there ever be a chapter in my life like that of Harvey the dog and Angie, his girl. Join Paranormal M, where every tale brings you closer to the eerie and the extraordinary. Don't forget to hit subscribe and turn on notifications for weekly updates. Are you ready to uncover the truth? I brought my 2 sons rape whistles to wear, and today they actually used it to alert me in a very alarming situation. So my stepsons are 7 and 10. They play with 5 other boys in our area which are of similar age. They all go to the same school in our neighborhood. Now there's a police station in our neighborhood, and we live in a city that is large, but we feel very safe here and have almost zero crime around us, so when they want to go to the park to play with friends, husband and I agree it's okay. They'll be gone for hours, going from house to house, swimming, jumping on the trampoline, scootering, skateboarding. Sometimes they're all just at my house in the pool. It's a good system. I'm in texting with other parents, etc., so we have a pretty safe system. However, our state has been known for human trafficking because we're close enough to the border. It's just something I worry about. So I bought them bright orange rape whistles and tied them to their backpacks, and sometimes they all ride bikes to school together. At home, I'd taught them each to blow into the whistle as hard as they could so they knew how loud it was, and to only use it for emergencies, which we've discussed emergency situations before. Today on break from school, the kids wanted to do a lemonade stand. Something in my gut told me to say no, that's not a good idea, even though they had their own little garage sale around Christmas to make money to buy gifts, and the neighborhood thought it was so cute that they actually got a ton of donations and made very good money. I don't have any worries that time, and today was different for me, though. As my older stepson was making his signs, I reminded him about interacting with strangers. And he needs to watch his brother, so he asks me, should I bring my whistle? I said yes, great idea. I took it off his backpack and put it around his neck and told him I'm going to leave the window open. If you feel scared or if something happens, you blow that whistle like there's no tomorrow. I'll run outside. They were right in our street corner of our neighborhood, right where the main street through our neighborhood is, so it's a decent amount of cars going by. An hour or so goes by and I'm into a documentary, and that's when I hear that fucking whistle. My stomach drops and I dash outside to see a flashy red car. It's like a Charger, I believe, and I was looking and running toward the kids, and so I wasn't paying really close enough attention to the car, but I immediately see all the kids are accounted for. That's as the guy is getting back into his car, and my older son tells me our younger son, who really likes cars, as does his dad, he goes to the car shows and knows so much about cars. Husband has a GTR from Japan and another racing type car that they work on together, but the man in the car got out and was talking to them, asking them their ages, and invited my younger son to get into his car. I literally told my older son earlier, do not get into or near anyone's cars. So he said he didn't feel safe anymore and blew that whistle as hard as he could. My son said the car was what's known as a demon, which I believe is a Dodge Charger Red. That's what my son told the police. Got a good look at the guy at least, but didn't get the plates. He was getting into his car as I was making sure the kids were accounted for and pounded the fuck out of the hood, just asking him, why would you invite a child into your car? That was before he drove away. I wasn't really thinking clearly, and I was in a bit of a panic, so I didn't get the plates. I was right there. I'm so pissed at myself for that, but the kids were all talking and just went to the protective mode and called the police. The police said they searched our entire neighborhood for the car and put out a description of the guy and the car, and with the now possibly dented hood for me, and they put out an alert and are taking this very seriously, as they said. So at least there's that. I'm so thankful for that $10 whistle I ordered on Amazon. Sometimes you just know when shit's about to go down. Still so shaken up about it, and all the kids and parents are super concerned, and we have a community website, and we posted about our encounter on the website for other parents to be aware of as well. I don't know for certain that the guy was up to no good, but if he wasn't, why leave so suddenly, you know? I don't know, my view on safety has been wrecked, and it's going for quite a while for things to feel okay again, I think. Make sure your kids have a plan for emergencies. And they have intuitions also, and there's just something about that gut feeling you shouldn't ignore. It amazes me sometimes. That was not paranormal, Senor Producer. A very paranormal day. About 10 years ago, I shared a house in a small town in Texas with a couple, a man and his wife. They were good friends having financial problems, and I was too. So we decided they'd move in and help with the mortgage payments. One day I came home from work, and the couple's car was gone. So I knew they weren't home, and I was in the living room rummaging through my purse from when behind me, I hear Mike, the husband, ask, "What are you doing?" I thought, oh, they are home. I turned around and found no one there. That was odd. I figured he must have quickly left the living room. I searched the house, and I was the only one there. Later that evening, Mike had a severe asthma attack. His wife rushed him out to the car to take him to the ER and asked if I would meet her there because they would probably keep him for the night. Shortly after they left, I headed for the hospital. By now, it's about 10 p.m., and I had to take a dark, lonely highway. On the highway, I look up in time to see that I'm passing under 3 big red lights in a triangle formation hovering right over my car. My quick impression at the moment was that they were attached to maybe a single aircraft of some sort. The really odd thing was I saw no craft as I approached or left it. Only big red lights directly under. Strange day. The Jefferson Hotel. In 2001, I was big into ghost hunting. I was looking online for a haunted weekend road trip destination and came across the Jefferson Hotel in Jefferson, Texas. About the only thing it said was that room 19 was uninhabitable. Now that really piqued my interest, so I called them up and asked if it was true. She laughed and said, "No, we book that room all the time." So I reserved it. So excited, but didn't really think anything would happen. I'd been to several supposed haunted hotels and B&Bs and nothing. No, I'm not sensitive like other people. I always hear people say I felt like something was watching me, or I have no idea what that means. Only thing I noticed when I walked into the room was a faint, musky smell of an old-fashioned perfume. Set up a recorder in the room and headed out to explore the town. It was like going back in time. If you live in Texas, you're looking for a road trip, and I highly recommend Jefferson. When I got back to the room, I turned off the recorder and looked out its one window to see a large bust of Thomas Jefferson in the courtyard. I then sat on the bed to relax and watch some TV. After a bit, something caused me to look back up at the window. I saw something. I saw a red smudge on the glass, and I just frowned, and I got up to see what it was. I hadn't noticed any red smudges earlier, and I looked closely, and it was more like a streak of red and a greasy substance of some sort. Then I noticed more streaks, and then more, and gradually began to realize that these were letters. My heart began to race as I backed up to take it all in. These streaks of red were spelling out, "Help me." Kinda just collapsed on the bed and my heart was still racing. I knew without a doubt in my mind those letters were not there 15 minutes earlier. I just sat there in disbelief for about 5 minutes. Needless to say, there was not much sleep to be had that night, and as I left the hotel the next morning, I was disappointed to see that there was no one behind the desk. I really needed to talk to someone. Left a note about the writing and said I'd call them on Monday. When I called, I told the woman who answered who I was, and she said, "Hold on just a moment." She put the housekeeping lady on the phone, and I asked, "Did you see it?" She said, "Yeah, I saw it." She said, "Just before you arrived, I raised the blinds and turned on the AC. There was no writing, and the strangest thing was as I attempted to clean it off. She said it was like the letters had been engraved into the glass." I said, "I'm freaked out." She said, "I am too." And by the way, on the way home, I listened to the tape, and I had running in the room there while I was gone. What I heard was the sound of the closet door angrily slamming several times, then some sounds of shuffling around. But what really got to me was the sound of a woman sobbing. Did my dad contact my mom after death? My dad passed away on the 19th of May in 2020. He was the best man I ever met. He and my mom were high school sweethearts and were married 64 years. Never spent more than a couple of days apart in all that time. Needless to say, Mom was not only broken-hearted when he passed, but very lost. On Memorial Day, I was staying with her when I heard her in the living room wailing. I rushed in to find her bent over as if in pain. I ran to her and asked what was wrong. She couldn't speak, she just handed me her old flip phone. I looked at her and I asked what. She finally was able to say that Dad had left her 3 voicemails that were dated today, May 25th. Voicemail number 1 said, "Call me back." Voicemail number 2, "Call me back, please." Voicemail number 3, "Would you call me?" Well, shucky dern. That's one of his sayings. Now, after his initial heart attack, he survived, and he went on in the hospital for about a month. longest they'd ever been separated. Mom couldn't visit him because of COVID, so they just talk on the phone a lot. Her old flip phone would sometimes just arbitrarily send calls straight to voicemail, but it would then notify her that she had a voicemail. He got to come home briefly, but his body just began shutting down and Mom had to call an ambulance for him. Passed away that morning, May 19th. My skeptical mind still tries to think that it must have been some sort of phone glitch that held onto those voicemails that he may have left her while he was in the hospital and maybe released them a month later, maybe. And it would date them May 25th. I don't know. The other side of me really wants to believe it was Dad reaching out to her and let her know he was, really left her. Either way, it's pretty weird and also pretty sweet. I feel my flatmate is bringing back something from work. So I'll start this off by me saying that before moving into this apartment, I never experienced anything paranormal. Never had sleep paralysis. Never felt this creeped out. I'm 21 and I share an apartment with this guy who's in his 40s and works as a nurse. So ever since moving into this place, I started experiencing very realistic dreams that blend into reality. The dreams always involve this apartment. And many times they also involve the energy of the guy I live with. I never see him in the dreams, but I can feel it. And this in and of itself is odd, as I always used to dream about my hometown and places that are dear to my heart. The first dream happened in the room I sleep. In the dream, I was in the present moment, trying to sleep on my bed. And I started hearing people walking around the house. At the start, I thought it was the guy, but soon I remembered that he's abroad for a week, so it can't be him. I just go underneath my covers to hide, and then I start feeling something pulling my legs and my blanket. I'm getting dragged off the bed, and I look up and I see two figures. One looked white and very flowy, almost like somebody had a white sheet over their head, and the other was black and more slim. I sat up screaming, and as I just woke up as a result, when my eyes opened, I looked in the exact location where I was looking last in my dream. The second situation, not even sure if it was a dream or not. It was around midnight when I tried to fall asleep. Laying in my side in the bed with most of my head covered, I start to feel like something sitting on top of my legs at the end of the bed. And again, here I felt the energy for the guy I live with, and I don't know why. While this is happening, I hear a whisper in my ear. Couldn't make out what it was, but in this moment I got angry and cursed in my own language, covered my head with my blanket and fell asleep. Today I went to sleep and I had a crazy dream again. I was in the bathroom of this apartment and one of my idols was there. I had a weird spray in my hand similar to like a cleaning product bottle, and I banished some type of entity that was sitting in the bathtub by spraying it. However, there was a second entity in the corner of the bathroom, but it went out of my vision. When I decided that I'm going to spray this one, it went completely dark in the dream, and I was confused not knowing where I'm spraying at. I woke up to me making noises and having my armpit tickled, and it was 4:30 a.m. I decided to try to go back to sleep, but I was just too warm, and around 5:40 a.m. felt like my legs were being slowly pulled again. It was subtle and slow, and I realized and started kicking and then gave up on falling asleep. There were also other weird situations, but less intense. Overall, sometimes I feel uneasy here, but most of the time it's good until I have a dream or a situation like this. What could this be? And why do I picture this guy, this nurse guy, looking like Weird Al Yankovic in the 80s or 90s? What the heck's wrong with me? What does he look like? Ghost or vision? This happened when I was 12. It's always freaked me out. Never been able to figure it out either. Spending the summer at my grandma's, and she lived in the country surrounded by cornfields. My great-uncle Juice, spelled with a G-U-I-S-E, but pronounced like juice, also lived there, and he was really old, about 80 probably. His bedroom was the room across the hall from the one that I used. Anyway, this particular week he was staying at one of my grandma's and my sister's houses. So we'd gone about 2 days. Well, it was in the middle of the night and I was awoken by the sound of shuffling slippers on the tile floor and the creak of a door. I looked toward the hallway and it was pretty dark and all I could see was a little bit of light from the window in the room across the hall. But I saw and I heard my Uncle Juice come out of his room, started walking down the hall toward the kitchen. He was mumbling, which was a common thing he did, and got up to follow him because sometimes he would roam the house at night and fall down. Never occurred to my sleepy brain that he wasn't home, though. So I go out into the hall, and he's turning into the kitchen. When I get down there to the kitchen, he's not there, but there's a small sort of like when you blow out a candle, and at this time I notice the oven clock says 2:49 a.m. I just go back to bed thinking I guess I was dreaming it. The next morning, my grandma gets a phone call, and Uncle Juice had died in his sleep at my great-aunt's house. Not only that, but he was discovered dead at 3 a.m. by my great-aunt, who had woken up suddenly with the thought I need to go check on my brother. This totally freaked me out because I remembered my experience at 2:49 a.m. Told my grandma about it, and she said the soul probably passed through. That's because this was his home, and I'm still freaked out about this 23 years later. Like, did I see a ghost? I think was molested by something in my house. I'm terrified and need help. Little background for context. I lived in a house as a child that my family's always referred to as haunted. Things like doors slamming shut, disturbing noises, and a shadowy figure, they're pretty constant during the year we stayed there. After moving out, though, I never felt like anything followed us. Haven't had another paranormal experience until last night. I was taking a shower and under the impression that my husband would be coming up shortly for some spooky adult activities, based on an exchange that we had just 10 minutes before. Anyways, as I'm washing my face, I feel my husband's hand reach around the shower curtain and slide his fingers in between my butt cheeks, literally touch my asshole. I screamed because I was startled, but I knew it was my husband, so I wasn't exactly scared. I peeked through the shower curtains and didn't see him. So I assumed he was hiding in the closet right next to the shower, waiting for me to come find him. As I was just about to peek into the closet, my husband ran into the bathroom asking if I was okay because he'd heard me scream from his office downstairs. The second I saw him, a deep sense of dread washed over me and I completely lost it. I dropped to the floor, naked, and basically glued myself to a corner while I screamed. My husband was able to get me up and help me down the stairs to get to our living room, and during that entire time it felt like something was watching me. It took hours for my heart to rate to just get back to normal. Even after I'd taken an anxiety pill and calmed down quite a bit, I've never been so terrified in my entire 29 years. I'm at a loss. We've owned this house for 2.5 years. Never experienced anything even remotely strange. Does anybody have any advice or just some comforting words? So fucking scared and I don't feel safe in my home anymore. I don't have any advice other than I see why you're alarmed. The ghost woman who follows me and brothers, my relationship partner. I was always aware about the ghosts here in our house, but I want to tell you guys about a specific ghost that has been following me. A little background on me. I am now 26 years old. I'm bisexual and a working individual. I live with my parents in a one-floor townhouse. I do not have any siblings. I am a closeted bisexual, so my parents don't know about me being gay, so I would usually introduce my ex-girlfriends as my best friends. The first girl I brought home was my college classmate. My parents grew fond of her, so she would be in my house frequently, overnights and all. And at first, everything was fine, then one day we video chatted through Skype with her little brother. I used my computer in our living room so you can see the whole living room through my camera. We were joking with each other, and when she said, "Where's your mom going?" I was confused, so I asked, "What are you talking about?" She said, "Well, she just went out of the door behind you." I laughed and said, "What are you talking about? I'm the only one inside the house." I thought she was messing with me as she was aware about the ghosts in her house. Her face turned pale and she looked at her little brother. She asked her little brother if he saw a woman went by behind me. He said, "Yeah." Then she kept telling me she was serious, and I shouldn't be messing with her like that. I told her that there's no one else in my house because they went to their church gathering. She said it looked like my mom, and she swears she's not lying as her little brother saw it too. We ended the call shortly after because she was so freaked out apparently. I really wasn't though, because ever since I was a kid, they've been making me feel their presence, and I shrugged it off thinking it must just be another doppelganger. Next few weeks, I think we had our physics class on the 4th floor. It was our last class for the day, and it was around 6:30 p.m. roughly, so it was dark outside. There was a lab with a huge glass wall overseeing the middle of our school campus. It reflects a little bit when you look at the glass since it was dark outside and we had lights inside the room on. It's hard to explain. Not really. Anyways, she was toying with my hair while waiting for our professor to get back from getting the lab materials for her lesson, so she stopped. I asked why. She said she saw a woman right behind me when she looked at our reflection on the glass. It was a split second though, so we didn't think much of it. Months passed, and we broke up eventually. When I was finally working, I met another woman and we got together. I'd bring her to my house too, but not that frequent as she lives quite far from my house. On one occasion wherein she stayed in my house, she was silent when we were eating. I asked her if there was something wrong, but she said that she'll just tell me once we're back in my bedroom. And when we finished eating, we went back to my room. I asked her again. She told me that there was a woman peeking at us while we were eating. She was standing maybe 2 meters away from the dining room table and near the stove. She saw her for a few seconds, but long enough to describe her to me. She said it was a woman dressed in white with wavy hair. Her description fits the woman who's been haunting my dreams when I was a kid. Next encounter was when I was taking a bath. Before I went to take a bath, she was begging me to hurry up, so I said I won't be long. Took a bath as fast as I can so she wouldn't worry. She told me that hanging lock on my bedroom door swung so hard even though there was no fan or wind blowing. It was so hard that it wasn't usual. She said it stopped when I came back from the shower. And there's also a encounter when we were in the office. She was a trainer, so she was having a meeting with her co-trainer, in one of the rooms. When they were talking, they were facing the opposite of the door. The door opened, so they looked, towards it, and they saw a woman going out of the room, which makes no sense because they were the only ones inside the room. The sliding door was heavy, so they would have heard if somebody went in. It was the same woman, white clothes, wavy hair. I only saw that woman inside my dreams and always mad at me. I had inception dreams, sort of dreams within a dream, a lot of them. It would take a lot of effort to get out. She would hold my arm so hard and pull me toward I don't know where, but I'd always resist inside my dream. I don't know who she is, really, and she's been bothering whoever my partner is. Not only inside my house, but in my previous school and in my office. I have a story I've been wanting to share on Reddit for a long time. I wanted to share a haunting which I experienced for almost 10 years between the ages of 11 and 19 or 20. I remember sharing this story on r/no sleep when I first discovered Reddit, thinking posts were real in there. And now that I discovered this subreddit, I'd love to share my story. The hauntings don't happen often, it's few and far in between, and some are intense, but nothing bad happens except for one time. So let's start off with the layout, because it plays into the story a bit. When you walked in the house, there was the living room with the basement door and a very small hallway and the bathroom door next to it. Now, between the two doors were steps that led to the second floor. Walking up, you were in the kitchen, and immediately to the right was another living room and another set of steps leading to the top floor. At the top of these steps, my bedroom was directly in front of the steps, and my sister was to the left, and to the right was my mom and her ex-boyfriend's room. There was like another bathroom there. Now, with this bathroom light on, it was like a night light for my sister and I. Now, my first experience. My mom had just gotten into Michael Jackson back in 2003 when she got me his #1 hits record. I had a 6-CD stereo with a remote in my room. Fell asleep listening to music. One night I was listening and Thriller was on, and this had the Vincent Price ending. And at the end of the song, a door squeaks when it's closing. My closet was almost an entire wall, and it was 2 sliding doors. Well, the song ended, and I saw one of my closet doors push out and close, making a similar sound. I ran downstairs, told my mom and her ex, and they assured me it was just my mind playing tricks on me. Walked up to my room with me, checked the closet, and put me back to bed. A couple of months later, I'm laying in my bed trying to get sleep, and I used to keep my bedroom door open for the light from the bathroom. But my mom and her ex got me a lava lamp since they were trying to lower the light bill, I guess, or at least I assume that. Lava lamps use a lot, but anyway. It's around 12:30 and it's a school night. My lava lamp is on and my stereo is playing a local radio station at a low volume. I'm staring at my door, and right as I start to drift asleep, I saw a figure walk through my door. It had a pink aura and it wasn't bright. I knew it was a lady and she was a bit on the heftier side. Her looks sort of play into my story. I could tell from her facial features she was a middle-aged black lady. She was walking slowly toward me and I was frozen in fear. So I put the blankets over my head and kept them there the rest of the night. I fell asleep at one point, waking up to my alarm clock. Never told my mom or boyfriend about this experience, and I was very reluctant to tell my mom's boyfriend because he always came off as one to chalk such things up to my imagination. My second experience was quite a while later. I was maybe 18. I was in my room watching Step Brothers. I hear a slight knock, and I had no idea if it was the movie or not. I thought it could have been my sister or mom wanting to come in and talk or something. I rewound the movie, and I heard no knock, so I opened my door. And I saw the ghost again. She was at the bottom of the steps and was turning the corner to go downstairs. I wasn't scared, for at this point I'd been really into the paranormal and she meant no harm, or at least so I thought. A couple of months after this, my friend came over and we're all in my room talking about paranormal things when ghosts come up. I tell her my experience and start stupidly mocking the ghost I had seen twice. I say she won't come out and to show herself, that she's too scared to do something and so on. My friend leaves and I go back to bed at some point. Wake up the next day with a scratch that starts from my right ankle around my leg and up to my inner thigh. My leg was really sore. The line was perfectly intact, and there's no way I could have done this in my sleep. I pondered on what it could be, and can vividly remember looking around my room and saying, "I'm sorry for mocking you, I won't do that again." Those 3 experiences are pretty far apart, but between them I've had some unexplained stuff happen. Our house phones illuminate at night, and at one point the upstairs bathroom toilet didn't flush. Walking down the steps into the kitchen, then downstairs to use that bathroom, I can look to see the time in the phone as I'm walking in the bathroom. I can remember it was between 3:30 and 3:45. I was in the bathroom for a while, and when I walk out, I go to check the time in the phone. But it wasn't on the charger. It was about 7 feet away on a table. I could chalk it up to my mom or maybe her ex because they sleep in the living room, but they rarely ever woke up through the night, and even if so, why grab the phone that late? The TV was off, so I'd hear if they were up, and I've heard steps in my room downstairs. Table, chairs, not in the same spot, just seconds after seeing them in another spot. Even had my first and only, so far, sleep paralysis experience, which was nothing too horrifying. Just unable to move, breathe, and open my eyes for about 15 seconds. No shadows or figures. We had 2 dogs. One stayed inside, one stayed outside in the garage. And there's times the inside one would sort of stop what he was doing and just stare at a wall or a corner. Sometimes he'd bark, sometimes he'd give a low growl. My mom worked at a college for a long time. There was a foreign exchange student from the UK, and we became very close with. He'd stay with us pretty often. Well, my mom's ex, the student, and I were watching The Exorcist and got to talking about stuff. And by this time, I didn't care what my mom's ex really thought of my experiences. Told them the things that have happened. And as I'm explaining, I don't go into detail about the ghost outside that had the pink aura. My mom's ex kept asking if it was a black lady on the heavier side. And at one point I told him yes and finished my story, and when I finished, I told him that he probably doesn't believe me. And he said he did believe me. What he said next sent chills down my spine, just as I have now typing this. He said that he was good friends with the former house owner. He got it way before we moved in. The former house owner died in the living room after having a heart attack. He purchased the house soon after her untimely death, and he told her her name was Ernestine, and that she had pink curtains, a pink rug for her favorite color was pink. I never doubted or put my experiences off to my imagination because I've had some odd things happen at my grandma's house before we moved in with my mom's ex, but this sold me that the house was being watched over by her, and she had taken a liking to me, despite mocking her that one time. I saw something on my way home from work that scared me half to death. Before I tell you my story, I'm going to give you some context about my drive home from work, the state I live in, and all that. This happened about 10 minutes after I left work today, July 4th, 2020. I live in Northeast Ohio. I got a new job about 2 months ago as a process technician at a dairy plant. It pays very good money, considering it's a 35 mile drive one way. After about 20 or 25 miles, I drive through a wooded area. Nothing uncommon for me. I live in Northeast Ohio, and forests are common. I pretty much lived in one behind my grandma's house growing up anyway. I work 4 p.m. to 4 a.m., and the drive home sucks. Whether it's being tired, hungry, or the fog almost every night, I go the same way every day and night. I was driving my way home, and I just left the residential area of my workplace. I was going through that forested area. And as I said, there's almost fog every night. So, I'm on high alert for deer and raccoons and such critters. It's just like every other drive home so far. I have a podcast on, focusing on the road, thinking of getting either a sausage McMuffin or a McGriddle from McDonald's. Sometimes looking off to the side of the road from my eyes reflecting off my headlights. And all of a sudden, I see some reflecting eyes. It's out of the woods. There comes a coyote. And in my hometown, coyotes aren't too rare. I've seen them in my high school. Never seen them outside of my hometown, though, so it surprised me. I start slowing down as it crosses the road until it turns to my car and sits in the road. It's at about 10 feet from my car. There had been no cars I'd seen since living in the residential area, so I was going to go around it. I thought it was odd thing to happen to just drive away from it. I expected it to just get up and walk away at any given second. And this is where I began to get very scared. I honked my horn, and after about 2 or 3 seconds, it smiles at me. I have my brights on so I can see it perfectly. This coyote had human-shaped teeth. My heart dropped and every hair in my body raised. Just as it's now recalling this incident, it lasted 1 second before sitting up and running into the woods. I sat there in fear for about 5 seconds before shoving my foot on the pedal and driving at getaway speed. I didn't stop and get food because I had and still have no appetite. I thought the rest of the ride home what I saw, and I was once doubting I even saw it, but like I said, with my brights on it and as close as my car as it was, I saw it clear as day. This coyote had human teeth, and there was no doubt about it. I'm very into the paranormal, and that includes cryptids. Is it possible I ran into a skinwalker or some genetically mutated coyote? I'm Native American, if that counts for anything. So weird typing this out that I'd like somebody who knew more about these things to help out if they can. I know one thing, though, and that's I'm finding a new way to work. I was haunted in a house I'd lived in for 12 years, and had some interesting experiences. Back in 2000 and 2001, my mom moved my sister and I in with her boyfriend at the time. I was 8 or 9, my sister was 4 or 5, and everything was great. It was a 3-story house with a finished basement, and on the top floor were the bedrooms. Standing in my bedroom's doorway, you could see down over the landing and down the steps. Additionally, going down the steps from the 3rd floor and turning left led to a set of steps leading down from the 2nd floor to the 1st floor and into our living room. When I was in 5th grade, I woke up at around 1 in the morning on a school night. I sat up to stretch, looked at my clock, then immediately looked toward my door. I saw a pink apparition walk through my door, which was closed, and very slowly walked toward me. Having deja vu. Before I could be scared, I noticed that she looked like an older black lady. This is very important. I really read this already. Well, they're going to yell at me if I don't read it, so oh well. Second time's the charm. Let me just really double check here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, okay. Whatever. So I saw this pink apparition walk through my door, which was closed, and very slowly walked toward me. Before I could be scared, I noticed that she looked like an older black lady. I dove under my covers and was up for the rest of the night. I never told anybody what happened to me for a long time. Not my sister, mom, especially her boyfriend, who didn't want to tell because he always came off as somebody who had an explanation for everything and had very logical thinking. That experience led me to researching ghosts, paranormal activity, aliens, cryptids, and so on. It was an eye-opening experience. And after my experience happened, objects would move, but would do so when no one was looking. Phones would be on the hook 1 minute and all the way across the room the next. Kitchen chairs would be pushed out when they were all pushed in, and no one being in the kitchen, like stuff in my room would be missing and I'd find them in the basement. These happened when I was alone and with others in the house. My family thought nothing of it, but I thought it was a ghost. My sophomore year, I had my best friend over to hang out. We got to talking about ghosts and all things paranormal. When I mentioned I had a ghost, this was my first confession of having a ghost, but never mentioned what happened yeets prior. Foolishly, I mocked the ghost, demanding to move objects, saying that she was scared and so on. My best friend visit went fine. Everything was fine that night, and I went up to bed late without a hiccup to my day or night. I woke up the next morning and felt a burning sensation on my leg, which had a scratch mark from the inside of my ankle wrapped twice around my leg up and up my inner thigh. I apologized in my room out loud, and within the next few days the scratch was completely gone. No sign of scarring or sign of previous injury. I'm going to jump to the summer leading to my senior year, which was the next time I saw the apparition. I was in my bedroom watching Step Brothers very late at night. That's when I heard a knock on my door. My sister's room was right next to mine, so I thought it was her and called out. Got no answer. So I rewound the movie to see if the knock was in the movie, and it wasn't. Unlocked my door, opened it up, and my eyes fell upon the same pink apparition who looked exactly like she did when I was in 5th grade. But she was walking down the steps. Turned the corner to go to the living room. I went to go follow her, but instead just closed my door and smiled and went to bed. At this point, I was fine with having her around, and I'd just kind of talk out loud to her when alone, but not mock her. We'd get cold spots in the house when the rest of the room was room temperature. We'd hear footsteps from the room sometimes, and to my knowledge at that time, no one in the house had any other experience like I had, so I kept my story to myself. I will say that was the last time I had seen the ghost or had a paranormal experience outside of the footsteps and things being out of place. I moved shortly after because my grandpa died and moved in with my grandma. Honestly, though, I thought I was crazy. I always questioned myself about my experiences until the summer I graduated that made it all come together. My mom worked at a college and knew a lot of students. We got close with a student from the UK and invited him to our house to hang out often. He was like an older brother to me. And one night, my mom's boyfriend, him, and I talked about ghosts. And that's when I finally told my story. After finishing my story, my mom's boyfriend told me he believed me and asked if I was, or rather, if it was... Believed me and asked if it was because he had any experiences. He told me that when the house was up for sale, he'd become good friends with the owner, whose name was Ernestine. And while they were in the middle of the sale, Ernestine had sadly died. Her family finished the purchase of the house to him, and he helped them move everything out so he could move in. They told me that Ernestine had died in the living room of the house, and she was an older black lady whose favorite color was pink. She had pink decorations, curtains, and rugs, just a whole lot of pink. I remember getting chills I never had before when he told me, and he even told an experience he had at his childhood home, which was of him levitating from his bed, all the way up to the ceiling and being dropped face first onto his bed. His dad still lived in that house, and we stayed the night there sometimes. The house always felt creepy to me even before I knew of the story. I think Ernestine wanted to show herself and help to be released to the other side, but why she chose me? I think me being a kid at the time helped, but my sister told me she had no experiences outside of, again, things being misplaced. Not too long after that, I left the house and never kept in touch with my mom's boyfriend, who's now her ex, because my mom and sister moved to Kentucky and I live in Ohio. But not too long after I moved in with my grandma. It's a very important event to me because it opened my eyes to a whole other world. I still think about Ernestine, hoping she found peace and is well off. I think an entity saved our lives the other day. Was driving through Coconino? I was driving through Coconino National Forest last week on the way to the Grand Canyon with my boyfriend. It was around 12 or 1 a.m. and I was just chillaxing, playing my Switch while he drove us down the forest. Suddenly he jumps and yells, "What the fuck?" Clearly he was very startled. I asked what was wrong, and he said he saw a lady standing on the side of the road pointing to the other side. Apparently, he thought he saw something up the road and turned on the high beams, illuminating the woman. Without contemplating it too much, I looked to where he said the woman was pointing, and out of the bushes steps a massive bull elk with a few females behind him. We had to swerve hard to dodge him in time. Had I just been playing the switch and not seen them, we likely would have smashed right into what might be a brick wall. So then I started to think about it and realized we were deep in the part of the forest where there's no marked campsites and no inhabited dwellings. And while it's not entirely impossible to assume that somebody on the road is a camper, the way she apparently just appeared out of nowhere and was deliberately pointing to where the hidden elk were, the only car likely within 30 miles, just seemed strange. What's interesting is that my boyfriend is super in touch with the paranormal. He's just more susceptible to energies or whatever they are. Like he often feels or sees presences going about their old routines. He's apparently regularly been seeing these ghosts since a little kid. And this isn't him doing an attention-grabbing thing. He didn't tell me about his paranormal sensitivity until we had been dating for a few months. And only after that elk incident. I'm curious if it was specifically a guardian spirit for us or just a presence that was trying to help us as we passed. Random aside. If paranormal stuff is your hobby, you'd fucking love this house. There's a presence there that the family calls Ghosty, who manifests herself as a young woman. It was funny because he casually mentioned one time that his house was haunted and all the friends and family were 100% aware of it. Apparently, she loves pranking people, turning over mirrors, knocking on walls, and hiding keys, and frequently can be seen in mirrors. When I brought it up with his family the first time I walk over there, they were like, "Oh yeah, Ghosty gets bored and you'll probably meet her sooner or later." And no joke, that very night my boyfriend and I woke up to a muffled crash. Like a lightweight mattress that was securely stored against the wall for the last several months had been decidedly dislodging itself and falling on top of our very drunk friend sleeping on the floor. Had to have been Ghosty messing with our friend because there's simply no way the mattress could have fallen unless pushed. Feeling a presence. Looking for opinions on an experience I myself had around 10 years ago. At the time, my mother was living in a 2-bedroom flat with her partner. I was staying in the spare room. Several times in the morning before work or late into the evening while making coffee in the kitchen, I felt the sensation of somebody standing behind me in the doorway. I could feel their eyes burning into the back of my head, but when I turned around, I was alone. At first, I thought I was overreacting, but the feeling only became more intense on a daily basis. I'd never felt anything like this at any point in time, and had never believed 100% in ghosts and, well, or even life after death. But in some instances, I felt genuine fear at who was standing in that doorway. I kept the experience to myself as I didn't want to cause any unease. But after my mother moved out of the property, I asked if she'd ever felt anything or experienced anything strange. Before I could even continue, she told me that somebody was standing at the door in the kitchen, watching when she was alone. When she told me to explain the experience, it made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I think she was also glad to know it wasn't just her. I'm sure my house is haunted. For a bit of context, I've always been a very sensitive person to all kinds of sensations and situations. With this, I mean I perceive many things that others can't. Whether it's sounds, colors, smells, physical contact, and no matter how light it is, etc. And I also have very good peripheral vision, so when something out of the ordinary happens to me, I notice it very quickly, and I don't let it go easily. A few years ago, I moved with my parents and my younger siblings to a bigger house, since we're a large family and we needed the space, but we don't have much money. So my parents decided to buy an old house to slowly renovate it. In our previous house, it is true that I always noticed strange and paranormal things, like things moving on their own, waking up to human shadows watching me sleep, and even the sensation of cold, bony hands caressing my hair during the night. But for some reason, I never felt unsafe in that house. On the contrary, whenever something like that happened to me, I would just relax. This, as the scaredy cat kid I was, and even a friend of my parents who was a medium once told me that I was very lucky to be so well taken care of. And although she didn't say it directly, I know perfectly she wasn't talking about my parents. But when we moved in, everything changed for the bad. From day one, I never felt 100% comfortable in the house. There were Christian symbols everywhere, and although this may have been just my paranoia, I always felt like the eyes in Jesus' photo were following me until we got rid of them. There's one part of the house, specifically a downstairs closet, that has always terrified me. There's no specific reason, it's just that the vibes have always seemed really off to me in that specific spot. The first truly paranormal experience that happened to me in that house wasn't directly to me, but to my little sisters. I was in my room upstairs with my headphones on. That's when suddenly I heard my sisters scream like never before. As soon as I heard it, I ran out of my room and ran down the stairs in 2 strides to reach them. They were locked inside the room next to that same closet I hated. They were completely terrified, hugging each other on the floor in the corner furthest from the door. When they saw me, they ran to me crying and told me that they were planning when suddenly they heard a voice shouting something to them. The door slammed shut. There was no window open at that time, so it couldn't be the wind. I had heard that slam and it had shaken the whole house. But since my father was working on renovations those days, I thought it would be him working. Since that day, I've been much more aware of the things around in this house, and I've been able to notice many things that until then I hadn't noticed or had blamed on my family or the next-door neighbors. Since our houses are wall-to-wall with a lot of these things in the time, I can kind of hear what they're doing. But I started to realize that the footsteps I often heard and the times the hairdryer turned on in the bathroom when I was home alone were coming from inside my house, not from my neighbors. I was also able to confirm that the times I heard people calling my name when I was alone weren't my imagination either. And I have a pretty unusual name, so every time I hear it, I can be sure it's meant for me. And while in the other house I felt comfortable and safe, and here I only feel great discomfort and often fear. The most recent thing that happened to me was a few days ago. I was alone at home with my cat. I was upstairs with my cat looking for her. It was 11 a.m. and it was a sunny day. When I finally found my cat, I started walking to my room knowing that she would follow me. Pretty much like always, to spend time together. But I went in and she didn't come in too, so I went back out to the hallway to see what happened to her. And when I saw her, she was tense, staring at something at the bottom of the stairs, starting to hiss. When I looked in the same direction, what I saw was a human shadow, about 6 feet tall, just standing there. It was sunny, so I could see it clearly. It wasn't a person, it was clearly a human figure, faceless black shadow. Can't describe it in words, the feeling that ran through my body at that moment. Immediately picked up my cat in my arms and locked myself in my room with her, just pretending I hadn't seen anything, hoping that whatever it was wouldn't notice that I saw it. Then I started to hear footsteps coming up the stairs slowly. I blocked the door as best as I could and remained completely silent, not leaving until my family returned. The night before, I had already woken up in the middle of the night because I heard knocking and footsteps in the kitchen downstairs. But footsteps sounded exactly like a horse's hooves. It went on for about 15 minutes since I woke up. So when this happened to me in the morning, it was the last straw. I've tried to talk to my parents and explain to them everything that's happening, but even though they don't have logical answers to all of this, they refuse to believe me. But I know they're scared too, at the way they always dismiss it nervously every time something else happens. I'm still living with my parents because I want to focus on my studies, but if things get worse, I'll move out because I'm feeling worse and worse. And it's not just the creepiness of the situation. I've never been so sick since I moved here. I'm talking about almost never getting sick to being sick almost all the time for some reason. Can't seem to find why. Not just me. My little siblings and parents, too. Mount Baldy Mysterious Sighting. For many years, I've been trying to understand a very strange encounter I had on Mount Baldy in Southern California. Hoping somebody here might at least have some insights or even similar experiences to share, particularly if they also happened on Mount Baldy. This occurred around 2004, between approximately 9 p.m. and midnight. A friend and I had driven up to Mount Baldy to enjoy the nighttime view of the city lights, which is quite spectacular from that vantage point. I was very familiar with the area, as Mount Baldy was one of my favorite places to hang out. We pulled over and parked in one of the safe viewing areas about halfway up the mountain. After getting out of the car, we stood there chatting and looked at the city lights below. About 15 minutes into our conversation, we began to hear a rhythmic thump, thump, thump. It sounded like extremely heavy and loud footsteps, and with each step the ground beneath us vibrated noticeably. We both turned to see what it was, but there was nothing there. We didn't mention it to each other at the time and continued talking. About 30 seconds later, we heard the same heavy footsteps again. The ground vibrated with each step. And this time we both turned and saw something that made no sense. Walking slowly in front of us was a small figure, probably less than 4 feet tall. It appeared to be naked and completely bald. And what was so bizarre was that every single step it took was incredibly loud. The ground shook visibly with each footfall. It also became eerily quiet. Except for the sounds of the footfalls, I knew instantly that it wasn't human. Throughout the entire sighting, the figure stared straight ahead, never once looking in our direction. Both my friend and I were completely shocked. And just as we were trying to process what we were seeing, a truck drove by, and the strange figure disappeared behind a bush. My friend and I looked at each other, and without saying a word, we jumped back into our car and drove down the mountain as fast as we could. We didn't speak until we reached the city. I asked my friend if he had seen what I had, and he confirmed that he'd been freaking out but tried to stay calm because I was driving. I'm really hoping somebody might have an explanation for what we witnessed. I've had experiences with what I believe were ghosts or spirits before, but this felt entirely different. And when I've tried to research unusual sightings on Mount Baldy, I've mostly come across numerous accounts of ghost sightings, which the area is apparently quite known for due to the many deaths and missing hikers. Has anybody else seen anything similar, especially on Mount Baldy? Any theories or shared experiences would be greatly appreciated, as I've been trying to make sense of this for years. My husband's aunt died in our home. I don't think she left. Husband's aunt died in our house, and his dad with dementia have tossed her ashes in the trash by mistake. Yikes. Aunt's spirit never left and walks around from the living room toward the dining area. Is she mad about her remains, or is there another reason? Mother-in-law sees her too and only occurs at night. For context, circa 2023, my husband's paternal aunt passed away from dementia. He and his family tried placing her in a home due to both his parents being disabled and him working full-time. Well, long story short, she was able to pass away peacefully with the help of the nurse and support from social services giving us resources. She would pass away outside of my husband's childhood bedroom. She was placed in the living room right next to and sort of outside his room. A little bit after she passed away, she was cremated, and soon after my father-in-law was now in the early stages of dementia. Father-in-law placed her ashes outside on top of a trash bin, so she'll never feel alone. We think he threw away her ashes because we can't find them. We're hoping that he didn't, but if he did, there's nothing we can do. Him throwing away the ashes wasn't with maliciousness, but more of a dementia fluke in early stages of 1 or 2. Gecko disagrees. Cut to 2024 and 2025. I used to work swing shift at a group home for at-risk youth. I would clock out at about 11 p.m. and would get home close to midnight. Mother-in-law would leave me a plate of food to eat since I couldn't eat dinner with them. We live in a mobile home, so we have an open concept kind of home. I'd go into the kitchen, grab my plate, and out of the corner of my eye, I'd see a figure in a white gown walk from the living room near my husband's room toward the dining area. It's right next to the kitchen. I jumped, grabbed my food, and I sped walk to my room. This would become a regular occurrence for me and my mother-in-law. So where a figure would walk the same path at night, minimal lighting or no lighting. The first time I experienced this truly was when hubby, then boyfriend, was making us dinner late at night. We were talking and he left the kitchen for a brief moment and the figure appeared and walked by. I thought it was my boyfriend, so when I peeked to see around the corner, he was behind me asking what I was doing. I asked if he went toward the other living room outside his old bedroom and he said he didn't. So far as Mom and I see the figure, it's late at night in the dark, and I don't think my husband's aunt left. Wondering if she's here because of her remains are being thrown out mistakenly, or another reason. What do you guys think? I got all kinds of opinions about remains. But that will remain for later. See ya. Paranormal M is your gateway to the mysteries that defy explanation. Subscribe and tap the bell to stay connected to our spine-tingling episodes. Let the haunting adventure begin. 2 stories from China. The first story. I am watching you. This story is probably the most known one in Chinese universities. A few years ago, a young female student leapt to her own death. Afterwards, it's said that this girl would visit the room she committed suicide in. However, nobody knew the number of this room, gradually because the administrator of this university blocked the passage of this message. 1 year before the Chinese traditional Spring Festival, most students had returned, but a girl continued to stay in her dormitory. At night, this girl heard a strange noise in the corridor. This noise sounded like a footstep, but was slower and loudlier. This girl was a bit scared because there was nobody else in her room. At first, the girls supposed that there was a thief outside, probably, so to avoid attracting attention, this girl turned off the lights and kept silent. However, she still heard that the noise was approaching her, and finally stopped before her door. This girl was so scared but had to repress it. And at this moment she heard a sentence. "I'm watching you." This girl was surprised because the door was locked well. There was no possibility that she was supervised. But to protect herself, this girl got under the bed. She supposed that it was safer because of the darkness. However, she heard the sound again. "I'm watching you." And at this moment, the girl saw a strange light underneath the door. In fact, as mentioned above, the young student who committed suicide leapt to her death and landed onto her head. Therefore, this girl could not walk on foot on the head. And the loud and slow noise was caused by this. And also, for the same reason, the dead girl was upside down, so she could watch her younger schoolmate under the door. Yikes. The second story. The Revenge of Trianashide. In China, a small town along the Yangtze River abounds with a kind of Trianashide. Trianashide? Trionychidae. And local residents find this Trionychidae delicious, particularly the meat around the shell. Because this piece of meat seems like a skirt of the... Oh boy. This word's going to pop up a lot, and I'm going to say thing. Because this piece of meat seems like a skirt of the thing, and local residents call it the thing's skirt. However, it's said that the thing is brilliant and could perceive the human's emotion. For instance, when they hear somebody's attempting to catch them, they would hide secretly. Also, they could remember the appearance of the hunter that they met and would probably have revenge. Therefore, before starting the work, the hunters must cast a spell to hide. One day, a young man went out to hunt for this thing, and his wife stayed at home. A few hours later, his wife heard that somebody was knocking on the door. They found there, standing, a strange lady. The hunter's wife asked the lady who she was and why she was visiting here. To the hunter's wife's surprise, the young lady responded angrily, "Your husband is too rude. Just now he molested my sister, then teared up my sister's skirt. How dare he is?" The hunter's wife knew her husband's job and heard something about the thing before, so she responded calmly, "Excuse me, my husband's honest and mild-mannered, and I'm afraid he would never molest any girl, and possibly you have mixed the culprit for my husband." The young lady was silent for a moment and then continued, "Okay, perhaps I misunderstand it. By the way, I have heard that your family sells these things skirts, and can I buy some? I want to have a try." After hearing these words, the hunter's wife doubted the identity of the young lady immediately and supposed that this lady was probably one of these things who came here for revenge. Thought of here, the hunter's wife repressed her nervousness and said calmly, "No, I'm afraid you make a mistake again, because nobody hunts for these in our village. But I know a man who lives in an adjoining village that runs this business. You can visit him to buy what you want." After hearing this, the young lady didn't reply and left. Shortly afterwards, the hunter returned and complained, "Today I have nearly caught one. I've touched its skirt, but it finally escaped." And at this point, his wife narrated what happened just now, and the hunter realized he had forgotten the spell in the morning. I'm going to try to say it again. Trionychidae. Sounds more Japanese than Chinese. Just so everybody knows, it's T-R-O... I messed up spelling it. Trionychidae. Trionychidae. A scary case from official files. When I was a teenager, I heard about this story, but I deemed it to be an urban legend at that time. However, 2 years ago, I read it again from an official document, so it should be true. At the beginning of the 20th century, a fat man traveled to Chengdu, a large city in western China. He was there to sell herbal medicines. After a few days, he had sold out all of his goods and prepared to have lunch before returning. In a small restaurant, a young guy sitting around struck a conversation with him. The young guy told him that they were fellow villagers, and he had seen the fat man before. After this meal, the young guy invited him to go to his home because it was so rare to meet a fellow villager. The fat man agreed because he had sold all of his products, and there was no need to go home immediately. At first, the fat man wanted to leave after several hours, but the young guy urged him to stay for several days because, in the young guy's words, it was so difficult to meet a fellow villager in the city. Thus, the fat man stayed for several days. After a few days, when the fat man was going to leave, the young man handed over a letter to him to ask the fat man to deliver it to a relative on the way home. The fat man agreed eagerly. A few days later, the fat man found the place of the relative of the young guy, but it was very late, and the fat man was reluctant to knock on the door then for the next day. At this moment, however, he heard a conversation begin in the house. The fat man was suspicious. Why is anybody up talking at this hour? He attempted to know what was being said. After a few seconds, this fat man hurried away and summoned the police immediately. What happened at that moment? In fact, the curiosity of the fat man had saved his life. That's because of the horrible conversation he heard is as given below. Why has that poor man not come yet? Don't worry, he will not be too long. All right, but I need to see this poor man now. I've heard that he is so fat that his body will be able to contain all we need, and that's great. After hearing the last sentence, this fat man sensed danger. He crept away and then opened that envelope in private. Troublingly, this letter described nothing but the name, occupation, home address, and other information regarding this fat man. And at this moment, this fat man realized that the fat man in the conversation must be himself. So he called the police, and the police arrested all the people in that house at once. So what happened exactly in this process? In fact, the young guy and his relatives were villains and drug dealers. They conducted their business in the following way. Firstly, the young guy sought a foreigner in Chengdu and selected one who was not very bright. Next, the young guy invited the person whom he had picked to go to his home so he could gather information about his target. Usually, the young guy preferred to choose those who were single and destitute. Thirdly, the young guy would ask the potential victim to deliver a letter on his way home, and the destination was the haunt of the accomplices. Finally, after learning the identity of that potential victim and ensuring there is no risk, the criminals would murder the victim and hide opium in his body, and this was how they smuggled their shipments of drugs safely, transporting them inside corpses that they claimed to be on their way to the funeral. I've heard my fair of similar stories, but not quite like that. Not paranormal, but I found it interesting. A ghost boy. This story is so famous in my hometown. In the 1970s or 80s, my hometown was rather underdeveloped. The industry was just launched, and most people still live in villages. One day, a boy was born in a family. At that time, it's sort of habitual that their parents should take the kid's birthday to ask for life from a fortune teller. So did this family. When the boy's parents arrived at the famous soothsayer's home, the soothsayer was reluctant to give any information. Such silence was not a good signal. The couple knew it immediately. Without any choice, they urged the soothsayer to illustrate what was the problem. After a long time, the sayer finally spoke something, and in his words, the life of the boy was very unstable. It means that his spirit did not fit his body very well because the spirit was too rampant. The only solution was to look after the boy carefully before his 12-year-old birthday. If the boy could grow up and cross that date, his spirit would be mild. Resultantly, the boy could avoid an early death. The couple was so worried but was given a life straw, and after returning home, the couple called up the parents both sides to let them know this. To look after the boy carefully, the 6 members of the family designed a duty sheet. The young couple had to carry out more jobs in the field, so the 4 seniors shared more efforts in looking after their grandson. No matter what happened, they must guarantee that the boy should be in one site at least. The strategy seemed efficient. Although the boy had encountered a few hazards, a family member saved the boy quickly. After an intense period, everything seemed to return to the right track because the boy became more bright and knew to call his family to help him if he met something troubling. On the eve of Chinese New Year, the family had to collect some firewood and buy something for the forthcoming holiday. So all the members went out except for the grandmother of the boy. Perhaps the mother of the boy's father, and the woman was so cautious she kept the boy at home and closed all the windows and doors to avoid any potential danger. At that time, there were no cell phones or TV sets. And the old woman also felt tired, so she put the boy into her bed and went to sleep together. After a moment, the woman woke and realized she'd dreamed a strange dream. In this dream, she saw a group of kids in a forest. All kids looked anxious and nervous. One kid was screaming why the older brother had not returned yet. The others also echoed. The old woman was so curious and gazed at them continually. A few seconds later, the old woman saw a boy who was a bit older, and they were running toward the group. All kids surrounded and embraced the boy and asked him why he returned so late. He should come back in 1 or 2 years ago. The boy sighed and said that the family he lived with was so cautious. One family member monitored him day and night, so he had no chance to run away. But today was the eve of the new year. 5 members were out and only an old woman stayed. So the boy caught a chance. However, the boy complained that the old woman was so cautious that she had shut up all the other passages. The boy looked for a channel for a long time and finally escaped via water. Realizing this strange dream, the old woman felt something terrible and found the boy was not in the bed. The old woman got up instantly and rushed into the kitchen because there was only one place containing water, and as a result she saw the boy was in the water tank and died for a long time. Family noticed that the tank might be a potential problem, so removed it to a tall table so the boy could not climb to the tank unless he stepped on a chair. And I occasionally imagine what happened when the lady was sleeping, what the expression in the boy's face is. If there's any relation between the boy's death and the strange dream. A ghost warden. I have a friend who is proficient in divination. That's when I was in college. One day, I had asked the girl about her skill and how she knew so much. And I was shocked because the girl told me that a senior member of her family was a ghost warden. The girl then told me several stories about the senior. Thereafter, I called the senior D because D is perhaps the initial character of his family's name. The origin of this position. According to the girl's description, D has nothing to do with any religion or magic until he was 50 years old roughly. One day, D fainted suddenly when he was doing farm work outside. Fortunately, D was discovered by his family and took home that day. However, after waking up, D told his family that he's traveled and visited the hell just now. At first, his family members thought that D was in a confused state of mind, so nobody believed his words. Since then, they found that D started to discuss something related to religions and divination. This was so abnormal because the jargon in the two fields is quite challenging to understand, and too remote for D shortly afterwards. D started to predict some trivial matters, such as the weather and the recipe of the neighborhood, and his prediction was quite precise. Since then, D's relatives started to believe what D had described before. Over time, D fainted frequently, but he would recover by himself. One day, he told his family that he had been employed by the head of hell and would be a junior officer there. Henceforth, D's divination became more powerful, started to present some mysterious power. The change of fates of two young men. One day, D went to some sort of a fair to buy some daily necessities. Met a friend unexpectedly. This friend was so happy that D was so curious about it, and later his friend told D that his son had found an excellent job, would start the career the next day. At this moment, D's friend demanded D to foresee the young man's future, and D employed 4 pillars to make this. By the way, 4 pillars is traditional divination, which arranges the birth year, month, date, and hour to be 4 criteria respectively. However, Dee became so nervous soon and told his friend that his son would die soon, according to the information presented by the 4 pillars. His friend was shocked and begged him to do a favor. Dee refused to help at first and stated that this result was inevitable. But Dee's friend did not accept it, but begged piteously. Finally, Dee told his friend that there was a possible solution, but it was too vicious. If carried out, Dee and his friend would be punished by heaven. To persuade Dee to do this trick, Dee's friend gave Dee a lot of money and agreed at last. Dee told his friend that the only chance to save his son was to find a young man who was born at the same hour as well as his son firstly. Then Dee's friend spared no effort to do this, found a young man successfully at last. After doing this, Dee told his friend that his friend should take this young man to a place in particular, at a particular hour one day. And if this poor young man did this, he would replace Dee's son's friend and die immediately. Even though Dee's friend felt this method was too evil, he still did it to save his son. According to Dee's suggestion, Dee's friend visited the poor young man and stated that he wished to introduce a decent job to him. This poor young man was so happy and followed Dee's friend to that destination. Once they arrived at that place, this young man fell suddenly and died instantly. Shortly afterwards, the police came to investigate but found no wound in the young man's body, so they deemed it an accident. The magic named to compel ghosts to carry sedan chair. One day, Dee took his kids and wife to visit a relative who lived in the rural area. Because the road was so uneven, his kids and wife couldn't continue to walk. They would arrive at the destination earlier. Dee determined to use his mysterious power. At first, he commanded his kids and wife to close their eyes until they permitted them to open. Besides, no matter what happened throughout this process, they must not open their eyes nor speak. His kids and wife agreed. He started to spell this. After a while, Dee told his kids and wife that they could reopen eyes now. They were surprised that they could see the house of their relative already. Dee's wife saw the watch and found that they'd closed their eyes no more than half an hour. That was while this journey usually took more than several hours. Also, Dee's wife recalled that she never felt anything uneven. So even though Dee's wife knew that her husband was proficient in such magic, she was so curious and asked what had happened just now. Dee told his wife that he had summoned a couple of ghosts to carry them by sedan chairs. 3 urban legends occurring in Beijing. The first story. A few decades ago, a tailor managed to shop around the south gate of ancient Beijing city. This tailor was so skillful and friendly, so his shop was famous in Beijing. One day in the middle of the night, the tailor just went to bed, but someone was calling him at this time. The tailor asked the visitor what he wanted, while the visitor said he just wanted to buy some needles and string. The tailor was afraid that the visitor was probably a robber, so this tailor just opened a small window and handed the needles and strings out. And at this point, the tailor attempted to see the customer's face, but merely found there was a bracelet in the wrist of the customer. Afterwards, the customer paid and left, and the tailor also returned to his bed. The next day, some customers visited the tailor's shop and discussed the story. In their words, a culprit who had been beheaded disappeared last night for a while. Surprisingly, when the body of the culprit was found, his head and main body were seen together already. Also, the body was holding some needles and string. Some people distinguished that these needles and strings were sold by this tailor, so they came here to inquire the tailor whether anything strange happened last night. This tailor dubitated, and then came to see the body of the culprit. At first glance, the tailor saw his needles and strings, and then he saw there was the same bracelet he saw last night in the body's wrist. The tailor was out of his mind and then narrated what happened to his neighborhood, a doctor who owned a pharmacy. After hearing the scary story last night, the doctor was not surprised, but responded calmly, "My friend, it's not a big deal. Every month a few poor guys would visit my pharmacy to buy some vulnerary at midnight." Or vulnerary. Vulnerary. As well as the man you meet yesterday. Second story. If you ask me to name one of the most famous urban legends in China, I'd like to introduce this story at first, because almost everybody in China who's born after the 1980s has heard this story. I've read many different versions on the internet, and I'd like to select one which seems more reliable. In 1995, one night a bus was running to the suburb of Beijing, and the number of this bus was 375. Around the gate of a high school, a young man was waiting for this bus. That's because only this bus could take him home. When he found this bus, he started to wave his hands instantly. And after boarding this bus, the young man sat behind an old lady and found that there were 6 people on the bus, including himself, the driver, and the conductor. Quickly, the young man attempted to have a break because he was exhausted already. A few minutes later, the bus stopped again. 2 men got up. The young man glanced at the 2 men and found both of them were poker-faced. The 2 men did not talk, just sat down and kept silent. However, at this point, the old lady in front of the young man stood up suddenly and grabbed the young man tightly. "Nasty guy, how dare you try to steal my wallet?" This young man was confused, but responded, "I was sleeping just now and I never touched your wallet. Why are you trying to wrong me?" The old lady did not buy this, but asked the driver to stop the bus immediately. That's because there was a police station not far away from there. It seems that the driver was not interested in what happened, but stopped the bus to let the old lady and the young man leave this bus. After stepping out of this bus, this young man asked innocently, "Dear lady, I never touched your pocket. Why are you wronging me? I'm just a student." However, the response of this lady was so surprising. "Handsome boy, I've saved your life just now." The young man didn't understand, so the old lady continued to explain what happened and why she asked the driver to stop the bus. "Boy, have you noticed the 2 men who boarded the bus at last?" The young man nodded, and the old lady then continued. "When 2 went through me, I found something strange. Neither of them have feet. Do you understand? In other words, instead of stepping onto the bus, the 2 were floating just now. Therefore, I'm afraid they were not human beings. You know what I mean?" The young man was scared and was determined to report this to the police. Because there was a police station around there, the young man told the police what the old lady told him. But you can imagine the police couldn't believe the young man's words. However, at this time, the radio in the police station reported the news that a 375 bus went down a cliff not far away from there a few minutes ago, and there were 4 bodies on the bus, including the driver and the conductor. The third story. If you know something about China, I bet you must know a place named Babao Mountain. This mountain is famous because the graveyard of the top Chinese politicians is located in this place. And this story is about Babao Mountain Station. One day, a man worked so late then came off work at around 11:30 p.m. That's while the subway had stopped at this moment. This man's home was so remote that he wanted to have a try to get on the tube because calling a taxi was so expensive. To his surprise, there was a train that would drive in the direction of his house, and the man got on happily. After sitting down, this man felt something slightly strange. Generally, now it was around 12 a.m. while this train was full of people, and furthermore, these people seemed very tired and their clothes were worn out. Even so, this man was exhausted, and so he didn't think more. Because there would be an audio notification every station, he then closed his eyes and took a nap. A few minutes later, he heard an audio notification that this train had arrived at Babao Mountain Station, and he heard that many people got off. This man was so astonished why so many people got off here because this was not a significant station. But this man still closed his eyes and the train started to run. However, after a few minutes he heard an audio notification which reported this train had arrived at Babao Mountain Station. This man was shocked now because he remembered that he had heard the same message just before. In addition, he found nobody on this train now. He couldn't understand why he heard the report twice, and why so many people disappeared so soon. Two real stories happened to me or involved me. This story happened around 10 years ago. It's when I was a student in high school. A few years ago, two friends told me that they had found something exciting. We three studied at the same school, but I was in another class. I was so curious and I asked them what it was. The two guys told me that they usually got up around 3 a.m. in recent several weeks, and after getting up we drifted to the city, as well as Flenure, and in their words, they could perceive something hidden in the daytime. Frankly speaking, I was shocked by the two guys, and I attempted to be in, and I am afraid that I could not get up so early, and the two guys told me that I'd better not get too close to the window tonight to guarantee that I could hear their voice. And at that time, I didn't hold a cell phone. Around 3 a.m., the two guys came to my apartment and called my name. Went out to meet them. Then we strolled on the road happily. Even today, I could recall that intriguing feeling. But what happened next was so horrible. We continued this action after this. And the trigger was a short conversation between the two guys. To present it clearly, I quote them by my memory below. "Do you know the girl who joined in our class this week?" "Yeah, of course, I knew her, and her name is HPY, right?" "Exactly, I've heard something about her. Her father passed away several days ago, and it's so terrible." "Oh, I see. It is terrible." After hearing this conversation, I replied unconsciously, "Wow, that's terrible. This girl's so poor, she lost her father." However, my voice faded, and the two guys kind of stared at me in surprise. They said, "Boy, you sound strange. Who lost her father?" I replied in surprise too. "Of course, HPY. You two guys discussed this just now." The two guys looked at each other and said, "No, we never said such words, definitely." "Why, you said that the girl lost her father. Your words are so offensive." I felt something alarming, but I convinced them. "If you two never talked about the girl, I could not know her name, and as you said before, she was a new student in your class, so it seems impossible that I could throw her name so quickly. Also, I heard her name HPY from your conversation, and this is the first time I heard about the name." After my words, we three fell silent for a while. The two guys stated firmly that they've never talked about the girl, while I continued to defend my statement. All of us felt something horrible and strange, and afterwards, we discontinued this outdoor action. A malicious male prostitute and a fortune teller. Technically, this story happened to my friend, not me, but I have involved in this story at the final stage. About 2015. My friend, just call her Miss G, attempted to do some business in clothing. To lessen the risk, Miss G found a partner, a 30-year-old woman, and opened up her clothing shop together. Benefiting from Miss G's brilliant feeling on business and beauty appreciation, her career operated smoothly. About a year later, Miss G made out a bill and found the profit considerable. To celebrate the success, Miss G and her partner decided to go travel to Thailand because this country was not far away from China. After arriving at the capital of Thailand, Miss G's partner stated that she wanted to enjoy the service of a male prostitute in Thailand and invited Miss G together. Miss G was not interested in this, so she did not go out that night. The next day, the partner returned and described her great experience with a young and lanky guy last night. Miss G didn't care about that and returned to China a few days later. After returning to China, Miss G found something strange. For one thing, in a month the visitors became less. She hardly found many regular customers. And for another, the sales in her shop dropped sharply. At first, Miss G guessed the decrease was caused by the change of season. However, in the following months, the sales performance became worse, and the shop appeared to be impossible to survive if so. Finally, Miss G planned on getting some help from a fortune teller. According to Miss G's description, a fortune teller who lived in the northeast of China was far away from Chengdu and spelt magic to observe Miss G's shop. Firstly, the fortune teller described the outlook of the shop and the other brands around that one. To Miss G's surprise, all of the statement was highly correct. Then the fortune teller started to look for the cause of Miss G's business. After a while, the fortune teller said she had figured out the problem already, and in her words, most people who were walking across the shop had attempted to go inside to have a look. However, the fortune teller said that she saw a special light ball in the shop, and this strange ball was the culprit for Miss G's misfortune. In light of the fortune teller's experience, this light ball was not there at first, but appeared not long, and it was likely to be summoned by the owner of the shop. After hearing about this, Miss G recalled that she had done in the recent days but found nothing. So she had to doubt her partner and hunched this strange phenomenon was probably linked with the male prostitute. To figure out this problem, Miss G represented the fortune teller's words to her partner, questioned what happened that night in Thailand closely. Her partner confessed that she had intercourse with the male prostitute, and also, to mark this great time, she took some photos that night. After getting those photos, Miss G found some strange accessories on that male prostitute, and she firmly believes those prostitutes must be the cause of the misfortune of her shop. So Miss G asked her, or rather asked me, to help her to find out the functioning of them. To help my friend, I've read a lot of literature in this area and found out a suspicious one: a necklace. This necklace was sought after by the destitute because it was said that such a necklace could steal others' luck if the owner of the necklace could have sex with the victim. Also, the literature also illustrated that a considerable amount of prostitutes in Thailand would employ that to improve their income, even though all of them were aware of its adverse effect. Finally, I copied all of the information about that necklace to Miss G. Miss G lost confidence in her partner and that shop, and as a result, she closed it down and broke up with her partner. Brutal. Continuation of odd things happening in southern MO. Our sister, who moved out, had come over to help me and her two younger siblings while they went out for our mother's birthday. Everything was normal until it got late. About 7 p.m., my nephew, 2 years old, came screaming from our little brother's room where they were playing. He was screaming, "Scratches, scratches," continuously pointing at the wall. My sister, his mother, went to check it out after she calmed him down and stuck her ear to the wall. Nothing. She thought it might have been rats, but this is a problem we've investigated. No rats, no mice, nothing. Our brother often complains about this. And he was unperturbed, and we asked what had happened, and he told us that, yeah, there had been scratches on the wall. Normal, until he tells us that he was saying hello. Me and my sister looked nervously at one another and asked who he was. He shrugged and then showed us what he heard. One scratch said hell and one scratch oh repeatedly. Our parents thankfully arrived back home and we told them the situation. Everything came spilling out. Everyone was talking about her experiences, and it all just clicked. Her mother admitted her experiences growing up in her home as a child and the weird things she's seen. So much. We're getting a priest out here. And what's really odd to me is that I just finished decluttering my room and had thrown out an old Bible of mine. I'm not really religious until shit gets too spooky. We went outside and looked through all the trash to find it and took it back inside. It's just weird how things picked up in correlation with me throwing my book out. Better safe than sorry. My younger sister, who shares this account with me, is currently sleeping with it at the moment since everyone's so wound up. My mom admitted she's been seeing shadows all week and talked about her imaginary friend named George from her childhood. Her brother's in the same room that she grew up in. We realized maybe our younger brother, who had been complaining about scratching and shadow figures, wasn't just saying it to get out of the bedtime. We're really worried it's attached onto him. He's seen having outbursts of anger, and since he's adopted from a bad home, this is kind of normal, but it's all just fitting too cozily. With him calling the scratching his friend and talking about him like they have a secret code, it's just worrying. He even said he was going to talk to people at school about this friend. I'll update anything new, but for right now it seems like things are getting worse before they can get better. I saw something in the sky as a child that stuck with me since then. Hey there. I'm not sure if this is the right place for this, but I wanted to share something strange that happened years ago. Something that even as an adult I never quite have been able to explain. I was around 9 or 10 years old when my mom and I moved from up north to the southwest of the UK. We'd just settled into our new home and starting a new school. And on my very first day, we had an assembly. For anybody not from the UK, that's a morning gathering where the entire school meets in the hall or to hear announcements from the teachers. Nothing exciting. Just them going on about, to be honest, I can't even remember. One detail that always stood out to me, even then, was how close the school was to a major naval base which was just down the road about 500 meters away. This particular base houses nuclear submarines and large naval vessels. And at the time, I didn't think much of it, but now it feels like it might be relevant. Anyway, I've always struggled with paying attention due to my ADD, attention deficit disorder. So naturally, my mind began to wander. While the head teacher droned on, I found myself gazing up through the tall windows of the assembly hall. It was around 9 a.m. The sky was a blanket of heavy gray clouds. Then something strange happened. As the cloud cover began to shift and thin out in patches, I spotted something in the sky. It didn't move with the clouds, it didn't shift or flicker or pass like a plane might. It just sat there, motionless in the break between clouds. A large triangular object, dark and metallic. It wasn't a trick of the light or a fleeting shadow. This thing had a shape. 3 distinct points, clean edges, and the presence that felt strange. My first thought as a kid was that maybe it was some kind of satellite or weird military equipment. But it seemed far too low, far too clear. It wasn't suspended in space. It felt like it was right there hovering above us, completely still while the sky moved around it. I remember blurting out something like, "Is that normal?" Like right in the middle of the assembly. The kid next to me nudged me and whispered for me to be quiet and to pay attention. When I looked back up, the clouds had rolled back, thick and unbroken. Whatever I'd seen was gone, just like that. I didn't see it fly away. I didn't see it vanish in a flash. It was simply there one moment, then it wasn't. Stuck with me ever since. I remember it vividly. Not just the shape or the silence, but the feeling that I'd seen something I wasn't supposed to. I know it's easy to chalk it up to a child's imagination, or maybe that's all it was, but back then I didn't know anything about UFOs or strange sightings. I had no frame of reference, and I was just a bored kid looking at the sky. But I saw something. I still think about it. Stories of druids, witches, and friends, told by old cousins of mine. These are stories I heard as a child, but they were not told to me. These are not children's stories, is all I mean. They were told in gatherings of family and friends by various cousins of mine from Albania, most whom have long passed. Back when gatherings had dozens of people, and back when they would happen, back when nobody would be bothered by far relatives visiting. All of these stories take place in the northern mountains called the Accursed Mountains. Impenetrable and barren, which is where all the folks I mentioned would live before they would descend into the civilization of the fields south of there and end their tribal and pastoral life. I choose to believe these stories simply because they were serious topics being discussed by adults in the room, and I, as a child, couldn't help but listen in awe and fear. The first story, or how a relative met a satyr in the forest, or the devil as she thought. A relative of mine, probably around 80 at the time, I don't even remember my relation to her, interrupts a family feast as she asks all to listen. Us kids would sit at another table and play with her food. She speaks of how she met the cursed devil when she was a girl which had wandered far away from home, by playing and fooling around. It was late when she had learned of the fact that she was far away, and she had found herself in the exact place her mother would urge her not to be. A forest so thick it was called the Black Log. It said the light of the sun could barely be seen from within. It was all fine, though. She would return home. However, before that would happen, she decides to drink from a stream that would run quite a bit into the forest to quench a thirst. As she approaches, a thin man was crouched toward the stream, drinking. As she comes closer, she sees that his legs were crooked, hairy, and backwards, like that of a goat, and that he was wearing traditional folk clothes. All would be sort of like that back there. They're terrified, but with the strong spirit of a Highlander, she gathers heart and asks, "What are you?" The creature, greatly surprised that he's been spotted, says, "The cursed devil is what I am." And he carelessly jumps away, hitting trees and bushes like a dog which flees from rocks thrown at him. The second speaks of a fairy, but not the western kind. My grandmother gets quite lonely during the day, as all of us others go to work, which is why she gets excited when people sit around and listen to her talk. She asks me one day, as I'm running from the kitchen, well fed, toward my room, to come and have a chat. She's kind and sweet, and I'm obligated to listen. She speaks to me of her father, how he was a mason who built his own house by hand, how she loved him very much, and how she remembers him still after half a century. She quickly jumps into an occurrence his father had with some sort of a witch, and she says, she tells when her father was a boy, living in the mountains, as they all did. It was on a cold evening, while restless, too energetic to sleep, that he lies awake in bed and suddenly spots a faint light coming from his keyhole. The light enters through and floats toward the side of his bed, and as he pretends to be asleep, sees the light transform into a woman. He jumps out of his bed and grabs the quote-unquote witch by her throat while demanding answers. The witch explains that she's been sent there by her lodge, and as her rite of passage, she would have to draw blood. The boy makes a deal, asks that his life be exchanged for that of his loyal dog, which is then butchered, drained of its blood, and buried the next day. The third, a real Western witch this time. This one comes from my great-grandfather, who spoke of this during a gathering. This was 2 decades ago, and he was still living in 90. When he was a young boy, he says, while gathering timber in the mountains, on a dark early morning, before the sun would come up, he would spot the most terrifying thing of his life. He said that above him, higher up in the mountain, there was a woman dressed in black, carrying a baby tied to her back. He, being surprised by this, raised his voice and yells, "And who art thee at this hour?" The woman, staring from behind her back, simply says, "No business of yours on who I am." And suddenly, the blink of an eye, the lad finds himself 50 meters away as if teleportation was a thing. The next morning, he went to the wise man of the village who said that he was lucky not to have encountered a group of these people, but only one, as he would shortly have been dead otherwise. A lot of other stories I've heard, like how late night strangers would gather around trees and dance by the fire, or how shadows would play around the graves of loved ones, how snakes would defend a family's home, how wolves would never attack on Christmas, and much, much, much more. Grandma's voice. My grandma passed away last September. The creepy thing happened when my family and I went back for Thanksgiving. The Saturday after Thanksgiving, my dad asked to go over to my grandma's house with him to help look for some papers that are needed for the farm. He's digging through the closet in the basement, and I'm upstairs looking in the closet up there. But all of a sudden, we both hear my grandma yelling for help from her bedroom. We both drop what we're doing and run to the main floor of the house. We look at each other and we both nod to signal to the other that we both heard my grandma. We both then looked at the closed bedroom door and start stepping toward it. As my dad reaches out for the doorknob, we hear my grandma again, but much quieter, almost a whisper from the room. We look at each other again, gave a fuck this look, and sprinted out of that house. Turn away in the driveway, and I swear I could see my grandma sitting at the kitchen table just staring at us. My dad and I get back to his house after quickly leaving my grandma's house. I told him that we have to go back over there because I left some lights on upstairs and didn't shut the door on the top of the stairs. He agreed and said he didn't shut anything off in the basement. We pull up and park in front of the garage, and I come around the truck and I can see something moving in one of the windows. Before I can ask him, my dad says, "I saw that too, but I'm pretending I didn't." We go upstairs to turn off the lights because we don't want to go alone. But we notice all the lights are off and the door was shut and latched. I could accept the lights being off, but there's no way I could have forgotten. I shut and lock the door. It takes a good amount of effort to shut the door, not to mention the lock is a barrel lock. Requires you to spin and slide it to lock it. We ran to the basement and all the lights were off down there as well. And all the lights have the pull chain, and my dad swears he left all of them on. We get to the front door and hear my grandma again, but don't understand the words. My dad and I quickly walk to the truck and we notice a light on upstairs. I suggest we just leave the light on and just leave. He was already putting it to reverse as I said it. My dad and I never went back over to my grandma's house before I had to make my 7-hour drive home. My dad called me about a week and a half after Thanksgiving to tell what happened the following weekend after I had left. He and my brother went over there, still looking for those papers, and as they pulled up, all the lights were on in the house. They debated on even walking up to the door, let alone going inside. My dad really needed those papers to transfer the ownership of the property to himself, and he just wanted to get it done. My dad made my brother open the door, and when he opened it, they both could hear the old TV in the kitchen. They both walked into the kitchen and could smell a cigarette burning, but they couldn't see anyone. My dad turns the TV off, brother turns off a couple of lights, and they both decide the paper can wait, and they leave. My brother looks at the house as they pull away and sees all the lights off at the same time. And that's all they told me. I'll be going for a visit in a month or so. Might be a part 4 if anything else interesting happens while I'm there. I know you've been eagerly waiting to find out if anything has happened at my grandma's house. Well, here you go. I'm up visiting my family this weekend, and this happened at about 11 last night. I was watching a movie at my parents' house, and my phone started ringing. It was an aunt, and she asked if I would go over to Grandma's house with her. Guess they installed some motion detectors in the house, and she was getting notifications. I told her I'll be there, and I drove over. I pull up and see all the lights on upstairs, but no other lights in the house. My aunt pulls up a couple of minutes later, grabbed the bat I brought along that we had to head inside, and we take one step in and we hear banging going upstairs. We hesitate, but know that we have to go check it out. She pushes me to go in first. We can now hear footsteps going back and forth. We make our way up the stairs, and the banging's getting louder with each step. I fling open the door, and the banging stops. We look around, and there's nothing. All the windows are locked, and the balcony door is still latched and locked as well. The only thing we found was the attic hatch was wide open. The ceilings are about 12 feet, and the only way to reach it is with a stepladder. The light was on in the attic space, and this light has a pull string and can't be turned on any other way. Turn off the lights except the attic one. My aunt starts down with the stairs first, and I'm about to start as well when I hear a voice coming from the attic. It either said hi or bye and didn't care either way. Start running down the stairs and outside. We jump in our own vehicles and my aunt leaves. I text my brother before I leave, and I look up at the upstairs of the house as I put my car in reverse. I can see the light in the attic through the little vent near the roof. I see it turn off as I start to get back up to turn around. I think last night was the last time I ever go to that house after dark. One happened to me, and the other happened to my brother. This happened to my brother about a month and a half ago, but he told me about it earlier today. So he was just leaving our parents' house around 7 p.m. or so after stopping to help my dad fix his lawnmower. Maybe a mile down the road when his phone started ringing. He looked at it, and it was my grandma's number. He answered it without thinking, and the other end of the line was silent. He decided to drive over to the house since it was pretty much on his way home. He didn't want to since it was after dark, but knew he shouldn't just in case somebody broke in or something. He pulled up, and he could see the light in the attic through the vent on the side of the house. It was turning off, and it was like somebody was continuously pulling the string on it. And just as he parked his truck, he remembered there's no power to the house. He still went up to the front door to make sure it was locked, and as he reached the knob, he heard a very loud bang not far into the house. He said, "Fuck this," left very quickly. Turned his truck around, and he saw the attic light turn off and stay off. 2. Earlier today, before my brother told me the story, my dad and I went over there so I could grab some wooden models my grandpa made a long time ago. We pull up and start walking to the house. I decided to look up at the second floor, and I saw someone or something looking out the window at us. My dad said he saw it too, and this window is pretty far above the landing on the stairs. In order to look out this window, you'd have to either be about 9 feet tall or standing on a ladder. We still went in and got these models, but we kept looking toward the stairs expecting to see something looking at us. I ended up taking more models than I intended and had to take multiple trips back into the house. I make sure not to look up at that window every time, just in case I'm still being watched by something. My family's ghosts. Stories that have been told by my family for 2 generations. As with most family stories, many of these have never been written, nor have these been shared outside of members of my family. To the best of my knowledge, these are true stories. For context, these occurred in Chicago during the late 20s and 30s. They were told by my grandmother. The Man on the Walkway. When I was young, maybe about 17, we're in the kitchen cleaning up after supper. Sitting near a window, I looked out and saw a man standing on the walkway. He had his face in his hands, and he would look up, and his face was covered in blood and horribly scarred. He looked up, then put his hands over his face several times. Called my mother, and when we looked out, he was gone. She said I must have been seeing things. Never saw this man again, and sometimes later my mother learned from the building superintendent that a man working, painting a window on the 3rd floor, he fell from his ladder and died instantly when he hit the ground. My mother told me about this a year or so later, thinking I was too young to understand. Validated to me what I experienced was indeed real. The child on a bike. One night, my friend and I finished our shift at the factory. It was very late. Late enough that we needed to walk home as the streetcars had stopped running for the day. Our walk was about 7 blocks from home, and it was a nice night, and the streetlights were bright enough for us not to be afraid of the dark. We had just walked about 3 blocks when we saw a young child riding his bike. He crossed from one side of the street to the other side. We were concerned because even though the streetlights were on, their light was not strong enough for him to see where he was going. We called out to the boy. They didn't pay much attention. Riding faster, he passed right in front of us into a wall of a building and disappeared. We learned later the paper reported a young boy was struck by a car near the location that we had been walking at. The impact of the car was strong enough to throw the boy and the bike in the same wall that we witnessed. The young boy didn't survive. Ghost of the young girl. The ghost on the street, and this happened to be in the very early 20th century, had to reach way back for this one. My great-grandmother and her husband had just closed their restaurant and were headed home. And at that time in southern Illinois, they had just public outhouses every few blocks. These are a holdover from the 19th century, and my great-grandfather needed us to my grandfather needed to use the restroom, and he said that he would leave the door open a bit so he could make sure great-grandma would be okay. He was done taking care of his business when he saw a young woman walk past the door of the outhouse. He was somewhat upset as he had not finished dreeing when she walked by. He finished up and walked out to see this young woman turn into a breezeway. He followed. He was going to tell her how much that she startled him. He turned the corner and watched as she walked through a gate and disappeared. He went to the gate to open it and look, but this gate was rusted shut. But she was rather a thin girl and couldn't have opened the gate, and he tried as hard as he could and it wouldn't open. A day or 2 later, somebody asked if he had heard about the murder that happened. A young girl was killed when her boyfriend and man started fighting. She tried to break them up and stepped between them. One had pulled a knife, and rather than stab her boyfriend, the man stabbed her. She died in the hospital later, and the murder took place near the location of this outhouse. The old lady on the stairs. My grandmother was about 10 or 11 when she experienced this. She lived on the 2nd floor of a 3 flat with her family. The building had very heavy steps leading to the top floor, which for some reason is very dark. Every so often they could hear heavy footfalls of somebody going to the top floor and stop, but never heard the door open, and this happened a few times when her curiosity got the better of her. When she heard the steps, she walked into the hallway. She looked down and saw a woman dressed as if in mourning. She had a heavy black dress and a veil over her head and face. She hunched over as though she were very old, and the way she walked was odd. She would drag one foot up the stairs as she moved. She walked right past my grandma, brushing against her, and continued to the top floor when the footsteps ended. She told her mother what she had seen. Her mother told her that nobody lived on the upper floor for months, asked if she was sure about what she witnessed. Her mother asked some of the other tenants about it with what my grandma had seen. She was told the woman who had lived there died shortly after her husband had died. She came home from the funeral and walked to her flat, and no one saw her after that. She apparently died the following day. Since that time, people have heard her walking up the stairs. The flat has remained empty and locked ever since. As I said at the start, to my knowledge, these are all true stories. Theory on a popular Bengali folklore, the Sakchuni. A Sakchuni is a well-known spirit in Bengali folklore. often described as the ghost of a married woman who died before fulfilling her desires. She is said to wear a red or white saree with a shanka pola, a traditional Bengali bangle. They apparently haunt villages, especially targeting newlyweds or young women. But what if the stories we were told only scratched the surface? What if the truth is far worse? What if Shakchunis are not just restless spirits, but something far more ancient? Something that never truly belonged to this world in the first place? What if they aren't merely haunting the living out of regret, but are actively stealing life itself to reclaim their lost existence? Imagine this. The women who died tragically, whether by suicide, murder, or accidents, are merely the ones chosen to become Shakchunis. But the transformation is not immediate. It's slow and painful, like being pulled from reality into something darker. At first, they appear normal, a grieving husband, a mourning family. They feel an eerie presence, but they dismiss it as sorrow playing tricks on their mind. Then, one night, she comes back. She stands in the doorway, dressed in her wedding attire, her bangles clinking softly as she moves. The husband, paralyzed between fear and longing, calls out her name. She doesn't answer. Her face is shadowed, her features blurred as if she's not fully here. Then, as he steps closer, he sees it. Her face is not her own. Her skin shifts, her eyes, once familiar, become bottomless pits. Before he can scream, she whispers in a voice that's not hers. "You let me die, now I will live again." Then the screaming starts. The next morning, the husband is found, his face twisted in terror, his body ice cold as if something had drained him of warmth of life itself. And somewhere, in another village, a newlywed woman wakes up with a strange, unfamiliar hunger. What if a Shakchuni is not just a ghost? What if she's a parasite hopping from one body to another, wearing them like a disguise? Something really unnerving happened 2 nights ago. I don't know, WTF it was. So I went to bed at around 1 a.m., and as I was drifting into sleep, I started seeing this being lying in front of me. I clearly saw a misty white face, and I didn't just recognize who it was. It then began sucking my essence out. I don't know how to describe it. It siphoned a white snow-like something out of me. I saw and physically felt it flowing within me to outside of my mouth, and it was like I was drinking it, this essence that was flowing into its mouth. I suddenly jolted awake from an almost sleep-like state, and it was still there. I still saw and physically felt my energy being drank. A few seconds into me being awake, it phased, and it had a facial expression as it was suddenly panicked because I could see it and realized it. Whatever it was stopped and disappeared. I felt very drained even today, like my body's missing something, like it took out 5 kilograms of something out of me. I feel lighter and weaker and emptier. I don't know how to describe it, but it's weird. It didn't feel hostile. I felt like it didn't want me to know it was there and doing what it was doing. Was it feeding on me? Welcome to Paranormal M, where dark secrets and thrilling tales come alive. Subscribe now and turn on notifications to stay updated. Prepare to embrace the mystery. My paranormal experiences. So I've had some paranormal experiences in my life. My mom was a believer and my older sister is a believer. So I do acknowledge that I was raised to be open-minded about such things. However, I cannot deny what I've seen and heard on a few occasions. First, I'd like to talk about the home that I grew up in. This was for most of my childhood. It was an extremely old home, over 100 years old. It was out in the country. When I was little, I had quickly learned the footsteps of everyone. including the sound their footsteps make going up and down stairs. When I would be left home alone on Friday nights, I would hear footsteps that don't match anyone in the family on the stairs. When I'd run out of my room to look, there would be no one there. One night when my little brother was asleep, he had a nightmare. It was about a brown ghost who would take him into the walls of the house. He said that the brown ghost wasn't nice. Then one day he started to flat out refuse to talk about it. To this day, he still won't talk about it. Second, I'd like to talk about an experience at my friend's place. Her place was also out in rural areas, and she would talk often about how haunted her house and the barn is. She had some stories with physical evidence to back it up, too. I was about to move halfway across the country, so we were to have to sleep over at her place with all of her friends. Since it was going to be the last time I ever got to sleep over at her place, I wanted to explore the barn at night. Little ghost hunting, if you will. I was young and dumb. So some friends agreed to come with me, but only wanted to hide inside the doorway before running out and scaring the others. I decided to go with it, but I wanted to be the one furthest into the barn. So this barn has a wooden panel missing along the wall closest to the ground. I saw two thick, dark legs walking by in heavy boots through that gap. I was walking and then stopped facing me. Their father and brothers were asleep inside since it was 3 a.m. I could see all my friends from the position, so it was none of them. So that still remains unexplained. Third and lastly, I have another friend that I spent the night at recently who claims that her place is haunted. At night I heard the distinctive sound of a woman crying, like sobbing crying, and in the morning I asked my friend if it was her and she said no. She said that it's common. I think I must have been living with the spirit and taking it for granted. I don't know how to start this, but throughout my life I've believed that it's normal for things to fall abruptly or similar in your house, for some places to feel heavier, or for someone to hug you while you sleep. Until relatively recently, like a year, I learned that this is considered as paranormal activity. But I always believed it happened to everyone. It wasn't until I told my best friend that it happened to me that I thought I had schizophrenia. That's because I would occasionally see a man, always with the same appearance. Blue eyes, black hair, traditionally dressed in what I believed to be the high-end era. About 6'4" tall in my house, watching me from some corner. But since I never saw him do anything bad to me, only watch me, I thought I was just crazy. Till I mention this, I've seen on many occasions things suddenly fall over without even a breath of wind nearby. Things move on their own, and arrange themselves and disappear for no reason at all. And sometimes I think he's following me. I say this because many people have pointed out to me that I have weird vibes, or children have asked me about the guy with the blue eyes behind me. Also, I do have many cats, so I attribute every noise at night to them, or to my parents. Which, by the way, my cats also seem to react to, since I've seen on several occasions where it mostly feels like this presence is there that one of my cats who sleeps with me approaches and stands on 2 legs with curiosity, then acts as if she's being pet. But recently, when I mentioned this to my brother, he said I'm crazy. You're crazy, dude. How could you have a spirit? These things don't happen. And I'm a big believer in spiritualism and all, but it makes me doubt it. My friend and I even joke about it, since blue eyes and black hair are exactly my type of man. We even gave him a name, Michael, but that's all it is, just jokes. This is weird. I even remember Michael from when I was a baby. I have a memory of the crib and him looking at me, till I extended my hand to him, which hand he took and smiled at me. Didn't remember this until recently, but I've confirmed that it's not a false memory created by my mind. That's because I described the whole scene to my mother. She says it's exactly how they had the room when I was a baby. My mother claims that as a baby I acted weird, and always looking in one direction, laughing to myself or trying to escape from the crib to the same spot. Am I going crazy, or am I in the presence of something paranormal that I thought was normal? I'm so confused, and I believe these things happen, and I've seen other paranormal activity hundreds if not thousands of times. That's because I love horror. And I'm so immersed in these things, or immersed in these topics, but I didn't believe it could happen to me. Sounds super normal to me. Strange experience with a voice in my headphones. So I, much like many others, have a sort of skeptical but intrigued relationship with all things paranormal. I'm somewhat familiar with certain concepts, but ultimately I'm pretty uneducated, or else unbelieving. Because of this, I'm familiar with this idea and some stories of ghosts and spirits communicating through technology. Well, today I was at my computer in my room, just watching a YouTube video. Suddenly I start hearing this rhythmic sort of shrieking sound. My headphones are noise canceling, but my desk is right at the window. So I eventually realized it was not part of the video, so I flipped one of the headphone sides off my ear. Started trying to find the source of the sound. Eventually, part of me realized it was definitely a bird, but the sound itself was unique, or at least unique to any other bird I hear outside my house. This gave me a weird feeling. I eventually exited my room and went window to window in the house, trying to see anything. Finally, I reached the kitchen window. I see a bird perched on the windowsill. I approach it and finally calm down. Wasn't really thinking, I guess. I don't know what I thought the sound could have been if not a bird, but regardless, I found myself taking a breath. But right as I do, and right as I reach the window, through my headphones, which are wireless, I've kept on one ear this whole time, and usually I can't expect the sound to keep coming through this far away from my computer because of the Bluetooth connection, but I hear a woman's voice say, "Finally found." It was clear as day, and in the sense that it was loud and easily distinguishable, and, well, though the audio itself was choppy, the voice was kind of monotone and completely without emotion. My heart dropped. It dropped terrible vibes to it, of course, and immediately the bird stopped chirping and flew away. I just stared outside for a few seconds, watched the back as I retreated to my room. Now, first thought I had was obviously, YouTube video came up unpaused for a second. I checked the video first of all, and it's a guy talking, not the female voice I heard. I replayed backward and forward, trying to find anything remotely close to what I heard. Nothing. I go through all my tabs and programs, nothing that had a video or audio player. I was home alone, and something I instantly became aware of, and only now that I'm really kind of feel safe to analyze what happened, and no one seemed to mess with my computer. So I'm not saying that the bird and the voice is connected, but maybe it is. Truly don't know what to do with all this or what it might mean. Something weird happened, even if it's some technical fluke. A series of strange events. I've gone through a series of intense and surreal experiences that I've struggled to make sense of. It started with hearing voices that seemed to come from somewhere beyond this reality. Sometimes friendly, sometimes manipulative, and over time they began speaking to me through ordinary sounds like footsteps and car tires and even birds. I also experienced vivid visions of people and events that felt like they were happening in another dimension. At one point, I thought I'd jumped 2 hours into the future, confirmed by my internet router being offline during that exact period. I even had physical sensations, tingling, pressure, and moments where I felt as though something was trying to enter my body or manipulate my heart and lungs. The most disturbing were sensations of being sexually violated by unseen forces. Despite all of this, I remain grounded in logic. Identify as someone who trusts science. I don't believe in spirituality in the traditional sense, but I've developed a theory that we might be living in a simulation controlled by higher dimensional beings, that what I experienced could be related to that. Perhaps even a form of contact or interference. These experiences have mostly faded now, and I feel stable, but I still hear the voices occasionally, trying to understand whether what I went through was psychosis, a consciousness anomaly of some kind, or something else entirely. I'm open to hearing from others who've had similar experiences or can offer a grounded perspective. All of the incidents seemed real, and could see the things that voices were warning me about unfold in front of my eyes. Sometimes I couldn't even walk in the road without being disturbed by those beings. Like they were passing through me, and I was feeling a small shock every time. I could also see things interacting with these voices like objects in my car. I could hear them tapping on different surfaces of my car, and they were putting objects in places I didn't put them. It's not that I forgot about it because I was checking myself always after it happened once. I think they even triggered an accident I had with my car. The voices were talking about some portals they were using to come into my house, and sometimes I could see them while I was having my eyes closed. Like they're shades or even as light dots moving into space transforming to images. They were once showing me sexual scenes projected in the sea waves. I like to watch the wave of the sea, or in the mountains. I could also sense that people were following me with specific cars, that they were changing once I tried to get a photo with my phone. To be honest, I was into marijuana when the incident started, but after a while I stopped smoking. And the events continued for over 9 months. But I wasn't into any other hallucinogenic drug ever, and I'm 30 years old, and after almost a year I missed some of the events because they made me feel important. In the process, I lost my girlfriend and almost lost all my friends. But it was an experience I'd like to relive to study myself. The night something wearing my grandpa's face tried to enter my room. This happened Sunday in the early morning hours. I still haven't fully shaken it. I know the difference between a dream and something more. This was definitely more. Before bed, I felt it, a thick, eerie presence I couldn't explain. I was staying at my grandma's house, just across the hall from where my grandma's ashes are kept. The air felt heavy and wrong. Couldn't put my finger on it, but I just knew something was off, so I prayed. Not just any prayer, but the Lord's Prayer, followed by a very intentional prayer for protection. It felt necessary. Then came the encounter. I woke up standing at the doorway of my bedroom, not wandering or confused like in a normal dream, but completely aware. Lucid, like I was awake. But I knew my body was asleep in bed. I knew exactly where I was, and that's when I saw it. Standing just beyond the threshold was something that looked like my grandpa, but it wasn't him. The eyes were too large, and it didn't speak. It just stared at me predatory-like. I didn't feel peace or comfort. I felt watched and hunted. And then I realized I wasn't just standing there. I was waiting. That door between us wasn't just physical. It was spiritual. I could feel it, whatever this thing was, and needed permission to come in. And here's the strangest part. I knew it wanted me to speak. Not just react. Speak. And I knew deep in my spirit that anything I said, anything other than invoking the authority of Jesus, would have granted it access. That's how thin the line was. The Bible talks about doors a lot. Genesis 4:7 says, "Sin is crouching at the door. Its desire is for you, but you must rule over it." That's exactly how it felt. This wasn't a nightmare. This was a spiritual standoff. I believe it was a familiar spirit, a type of demonic entity that mimics loved ones who've passed. The Bible warns about this. Deuteronomy 18:11 condemns communicating with the dead, and 2 Corinthians 11:14 reminds us that even Satan disguises himself as an angel of light. This thing was trying to confuse me, to trick me, bait me into saying anything that would give it legal ground. But I knew it wasn't my grandpa, and I knew better than to answer it casually, so I spoke. In Jesus' name I rebuke you. Once, twice, 3 times, each time louder, firmer, more sure of the authority I was standing in. And I couldn't move. It couldn't move. It didn't cross the threshold. I just stood there, and it stood there. It was smirking, tilting its head almost annoyed, but still challenging me, like it was daring me to drop my guard and give it a foothold. Then everything turned white and blinding. I felt myself pulled backwards, snapped right back into bed, and I woke up instantly, heart racing, but somehow safe and protected. And number 3, that wasn't random. In Scripture, 3 is a symbol of completion and spiritual power. The Trinity, Jesus rising on the 3rd day, Peter's 3 denials, and later's 3 affirmations. I believe by rebuking it 3 times, it sealed whatever door was trying to come through. And this experience shook me, but it didn't break me. Now I can't help but wonder. My grandma once said she saw Grandpa after he passed, but what if she saw something that wasn't really him? The Bible says the dead don't come back to visit us. Luke 16:26 speaks of a great chasm filled between the living and the dead. Isaiah 8:19 warns, "Should not a people inquire of their God? Why consult the dead on behalf of the living?" Maybe what came to her wore a different mask, but had the same goal. Christian religion aside, as that's my personal faith, and I'm not forcing that belief onto anyone, I generally want to hear what others think, from all perspectives. What did I encounter? Has anybody else experienced something like this? Especially with spirits that imitate loved ones. This has opened my eyes in a way I never expected. Okay, I surrender. Is this a haunting, and if so, what do I do? I'll just say I live in the South. I'm in a rental home built in 1987. Clearly been remodeled, but after living here for 2 years, you can tell its bones are older. I have an older teenage daughter that loves horror movies and typical drama fan. And as well as a roommate, and as of last year, a partner who's basically moved in. All 3 of them have discussed seeing weird things happen in her house. My daughter has since moved into this house, complained that she's never felt alone anywhere in the house. She only recently has become with being here by herself. Now I have to admit, this particular situation isn't the first unexplained situation regarding my kid. In a previous rental about 10 years ago, I was in the living room. I heard her call for me from the bathroom. She was taking a shower, I think. Thinking she forgot a towel or something, I knocked on the door and entered. She asked me, "Dad, were you just in here?" To which I replied, "No, kid, I clearly wasn't in here." I thought, what a ridiculous question. As my eyes looked to the floor and saw 2 wet footprints, perfectly side by side, facing toward the sink and mirror. Typical direction when you exit the shower. I asked the kid, "Yo, why'd you get out of the shower?" To which she said, "Dad, I haven't gotten out of the shower since I got in." That's when I looked again and realized that these footprints, while clearly a woman's, were not the size of my child's feet. I got chills all over my body and without causing alarm, got my kid out of the shower. Pretty much wrote that one off as a one-off experience. Could I have been seeing things, and who knows, unexplainable, and I left it alone. My kid eventually heard me tell that story to a friend and is convinced it was a ghost. Moving on, as of late, so the kid is saying she's feeling things. The roommate has come down to my room at random hours asking if I was knocking on his door. Tiek swears somebody was, but who knows? It could be his dog doing something on the floor causing a knocking sound and wrote it off. My partner's been staying over for a few months, and now he's convinced there's paranormal activity going on. And for him, it started off as hearing footsteps upstairs when nobody's up there, as well as hearing other weird noises. But then he started mentioning seeing a shadow-type figure out of the corner of his eye. That's when I started paying more attention. Why? Because I admittedly have been seeing a crazy shadow figure out of the corner of my eye pretty much the entire time I've lived here. I've just written it off as shadows. Even when it's super dark out and the rooms are only lit by a consistent source of light, like a floor lamp. I work from home and I have the dog and cat here with me while everyone else is at work. I have pictures and videos of the dog and cat staring into my empty bathroom as if something's interesting in there. I've witnessed the dog freak out for literally no reason, but these are animals. So, easy to write off weird behavior. But combined with everything, I'm now seriously wondering if I'm dealing with something else entirely. So now I'm more engaged with these conversations within my household, and I admitted the things I've experienced, and we've agreed to move to a new home. Not because of this, but let's say if it were 50-50 on moving, this pushed us in favor of moving just a little bit. But since we've made that decision, things have gone from subtle to straight up freaking weird. My partner a couple of weeks ago was putting dishes away. He just emptied the silverware from the dishwasher and was going about mugs, and he grabbed a mug, and when he looked up, the cupboard that houses the mugs was already opened, though he swears he didn't open it. That spooked him pretty good. Then a few days ago, he got into his car to go to work, and as he put his car in reverse, he looked in his rearview mirror and saw a smallish shadow figure in his back seat. Said it scared the poo out of him. He described it, but it doesn't look anything like the shadow I've seen. Mine looks more like a shadow of like Maui from Moana. Ridiculous, I know, but that's the best description I got. Then last night, we're in the kitchen making spaghetti. He goes in the fridge to put the sour cream in the door and shuts the door. I go in right behind him for some ketchup and also in the door, and when I open it, I'm not exaggerating even a little. I mean, I'm here on Reddit laying it out, but a small case of blueberries was literally thrown out of the refrigerator at me. And this package has already been eaten from, so it wasn't full, but it were left open and on a springboard. I'm not kidding, just wild. A couple of hours later, my partner goes into the kitchen to refill his water container, and the cat goes out to get his drink before bed. My cat just lifted his head from taking a drink when his head is pushed 6 or 8 inches toward him. He freaked out and jumped like 4 feet in the air, hair puffed all out like he took a bolt from Zeus himself. I know this was long, and thanks in advance for any advice. Somebody tell me what the fuck am I dealing with in this house? And maybe more importantly, how the hell do I prevent it from coming with me to a new house? I know the many battles from the Civil War happened all around these parts, but dang, not really trying to deal with some paranormal crap from that era. There's a church in every corner in this state, but the whole partner thing, yeah, they don't much like my kind anyways. Do you want to play? About 14 years ago, I had a friend who rented a house that everybody always said was haunted. I'd never seen anything or had any experiences, but people used to say they saw shadows or things moving out of the corner of their eyes. It got to the point where my friend put curtains up in his living room to block the rest of his house, so that way when he was in his living room he didn't see things. Anyway, it got late one night. Ended up crashing on his couch. Told my friend to leave the lights on in the house and joked that there was no way I was sleeping there in the dark. I fell asleep. I woke up in the middle of the night to a pitch black house. and what sounded like two children giggling behind me. They were laughing and playing, and I was so confused and creeped out and now wide awake. What the hell is going on, and what's about to happen? Why are all the lights that were on when I fell asleep off? And all of a sudden the mood in the room changed, and they pleaded to me, "Help us, he's coming." The room became dead silent, and out of nowhere I heard raspy, heavy breathing in my ear. Then an old man said, "Do you want to play?" It was literally right in my ear to the point it tickled my eardrum. The hair on my body stood up and I froze, pulled the blanket over my head and stayed like that until the sun came up the next morning. Completely spooked, too afraid to move. And it gets crazier. The next day I told my friend what happened to me, and he looked kind of shocked and surprised. He said he had a roommate a few years ago whose aunt was a psychic medium. She told him that there were 3 spirits attached to him, that he was protecting 2 children from an old man. Never told anyone about this, so nobody knew but him and his old roommate's aunt. I certainly had no clue. Never stayed there again. Moved out shortly after. I think my dad's place is being haunted by a skinwalker. So this all begins about a few weeks ago when I visited my father's house to help him work, which I do about every other week to see him since I live near my mother's side of town. On Friday around 5 p.m., I notice a white cat standing there by a bush, just watching us menacingly. Now usually I would chalk this up to cats being the curious little furballs that they are, stray or not. My dad's neighborhood has always been infested with the white cat population, but this one stood out to me. He looked more frail than the rest of them. His fur was missing in some parts and his body barely functioning, mangy in every sense of the word. He also had a full-length tail, something no cat should have in the neighborhood as they all have inherited a genetic defect that gives them bobtails. Most of all, it was his eyes. They had a soulless bit behind them. Watching, but not for the reasons you'd want to be watched by a cat. Flash forward to around 10 p.m. I need to get myself an energy drink, since I had forgotten to stock up for the next few days. I usually stay with them about a week when I come over, and so I head out, and what I see is disturbing, to put it lightly. The cat was now disemboweled, sitting there by the streetlight, guts pulled out like clocks working and just skinned. Thought not to tell anybody, as my dad would just say something oddly Darwinistic and my aunts would be in tears before they even saw it. Thought I was just paranoid at first because foxes do like to eat the skunks and cats that roam around here sometimes. But looking back, it was a stupid justification. They wouldn't just leave the corpse there. I try to get to bed, and by the time I'm looking out the window the next day, the crime scene is gone. No trace of it. Nada. But when I go out again to go shopping for my father, I see that cat perfectly fine, just standing alone next to the house. There's no other cats or food there, just yard, and keep in mind I saw this guy disemboweled a few hours ago. I'm weirded out. I chalk it up one last time by the time I leave back home, but after my cousin tells me that ever since I left he's been hearing routine scraping and tapping on the walls late at night, I feel like my suspicion is true, that I accidentally cursed my father's property. How exactly would it have been you that cursed it? Extreme sleep paralysis. I know sleep paralysis is pretty common, but recently I've been experiencing some crazy stuff. For context, I've never had any real issues with sleep in the past. But within the last, I want to say 2 or 3 years, sleep paralysis has become an issue for me. It's very random, but also not very frequent. I can go months without having an episode, and when I do get it, however, it's very quick. Recently, the episodes have gotten much more unique and downright frightening. The most recent episode was yesterday, 4/15/2025. I got back from work and I've been working night shift, so I sleep in the mornings. Jumped into bed and almost immediately fell asleep. However, unsure how long I was asleep, but it was for sure less than an hour, I shot awake because I was certain I sensed someone or something in the room with me. The room wasn't very dark, so I could see clearly, and I saw nothing. However, I couldn't move. I tried to roll, move, or sit up, but nothing. This usually happens for about maybe 10 or 15 seconds. I can finally move again. I usually brush it off, go back to sleep. However, for the next hour or so, every time I tried to fall back asleep, I got the same sense and would get paralyzed. Now for the scary parts. At one point, it felt like something or someone was right next to me. I was laying on my stomach and couldn't roll or move my head to see. At another time, I could hear quiet but aggressive gusts blowing in my ear. Almost like breathing, but not quite. It's hard to explain what it sounded like small gusts of wind, but only in my ear. Probably the most frightening moment was when I felt something pushing down on my chest extremely aggressively. But I couldn't see anything, I just felt immense weight. I could still breathe, and I didn't feel pain, and it was just dead weight pushing me down into the bed. I'm not huge into the paranormal, but I need to know if anybody out there has had a similar experience. I was 100% awake and aware of everything going on. None of it felt like a nightmare. I don't drink heavily, I don't do any kinds of drugs, and I'm not extremely stressed in any way. I'm a pretty healthy, normal, average guy. I have no history of mental illness or depression or anxiety or any other conditions or factors that could have something to do with this. Also, it happens in different places and settings. Again, I've experienced sleep paralysis before, but this one stands out as the most frightening one yet. It almost makes me scared and anxious for what the next one will be like. Anybody know what to make of it or have their own personal experiences that are similar? Because I'd love to hear it. What happened that night? I was staying over at my cousin's. They live with my grandparents on the countryside. We're both big fans of horror movies, so one evening we decided to take a movie marathon. Watching till late at night, and eventually it got so late we decided to head to sleep. I was sleeping on the upper floor where my parents used to live once when they were younger, but it's now more or less just an empty place where I stay whenever me or my sister come to visit. Either way, that night I went upstairs, washed my face, brushed my teeth, and locked the front door. I also closed the door to my room and went to bed. In the morning when I woke up close to 11 a.m., I see that I have over 20 missed calls throughout the night from my cousin, who I watched movies with. My aunt, my grandparents, everybody who's living right below me. Quickly put on my clothes and go downstairs, and first person I meet is my grandma, who seems worried. I asked her what happened and why I'm being called so many times at night. She looked at me and asked if I was all right, and she was worried as she heard me running around upstairs, slamming the doors, hearing strange sounds. I looked at her confused and didn't quite catch what she was trying to tell me. Then my cousin comes and explains that they've heard all these noises and voices, wondering if I got upset or had trouble sleeping. I was so confused because I told them I went to bed shortly after I left. So I went upstairs with my cousin and everything looked fine, just as I'd left it. And one thing that we did notice was in the kitchen upstairs we found some dark, long strands of hair in a cup on the floor, which I can't recall if it was there or not, as I very rarely enter the kitchen. We were wondering where the hair comes from, as nobody had such long strands of hair, and why the cup was on the floor. It's quite strange. At first I was thinking they were pranking me, but I doubt they'd go so far as to pull a joke, and on top of that, my grandma still remembers that night, and we sometimes discuss about whether we see each other when they come to visit. I've been sleeping downstairs with them ever since. I can't understand what happened that night. can only think of me potentially sleepwalking, but I've never done that before, nor has anybody ever told me I sleepwalk. And even so, if I did sleepwalk, how did I manage to make chaos and then peacefully close my door and head back to sleep? Just doesn't seem right or add up. Mysterious hiker. I'm 22 now, and this happened when I was around 13 or 14. Me and my mother were on a hike through Panther Creek Trail in northern Georgia. Hiked around 4 or 5 miles into the trail. And keep in mind, we've never hiked on an actual trail, nor had we ever been to this trail, or were even familiar with this stretch of wilderness. We lived in metro Atlanta. Our goal was to reach a huge, beautiful waterfall at the end of the trail, Panther Creek Falls. There was a couple in front of us pretty much the entire hike, around 2 or 3 hours. Once we reached around the 2 or 3 hour mark, the couple in front of us were talking with each other and said that it was getting late. They should probably turn back before it got dark. One thing I should note is that there's parts of the trail that are very sort of tight trails on the sides of hills which have no guardrails or fences. The trail had a 50 to 100 foot drop. It was into a creek at the bottom lined with huge boulders. Notably, there's a part of the trail that you actually had to shimmy across, as it was only maybe 8 or 9 inches wide in a rocky surface. Back to when the couples were talking about turning back, my mom heard them talking about it and told me the same, that we best turn back. Being a teen who thought he was an invincible person, I convinced her that I could make my way to the falls quickly, turn back to meet them on the hike back in the parking lot. She argued, but eventually let me go. After another hour or so of hiking, I made it to the falls. Took some pictures as the light was fading. Nobody else was there at the base of the falls with me. I noticed it really started to get dark quickly. I started to get a little bit worried since I knew it was going to be a good couple of hours to get through the trail on the way back. After about an hour of hiking, I was in complete darkness. Only my light being the one from my phone. I did bring a backpack with water and a knife and other little bits and baubles. It was a completely non-moonlit night, and the only way I was navigating was by pointing my light at the ground to see the trail to keep on it. And at one point, I started to get really scared by the noises of animals and forest sounds. So I decided to pull my knife out of my backpack. I held the knife a majority of the 3 or 4 miles until I got to the part where you have to shimmy across, and so I had to put my phone light in my pocket so I could have a hand free to grab the rock and shimmy across. As I did so, my knife fell out of my hand and it made no noise for over 10 seconds, then hitting a rock with a metallic sound way down. I knew if I fell, I would be done for. Luckily, I made it across and managed to get back into the trail. Getting my bearings, I looked at my phone to try to get service and call my mom and the police. It felt like I was in extreme danger. I could barely see the trail at this point, and I looked and saw my phone battery was on 3%. This being my only light source made me start to panic to the point of tearing up, and I continued on the trail with my battery slowly fading. As I was walking, the phone flashlight only lit up for about maybe 2 or 3 feet in front of me. And I mean it was damn near pitch black, a darkness I've never before or since experienced. Just as I was walking out of the darkness in front of me, a man, and he was walking toward me from the opposite side of the trail from the direction I was heading in. He scared the absolute fuck out of me. I literally jumped at the sight of him as it was so instant. That's when I noticed he had no flashlight. A small sport backpack and an absolutely emotionless face and dead eyes staring completely past me. When I saw him and he scared me, I immediately said, "Hey, what's up, man? I'm trying to get out of here." He never said anything as he passed me. I looked back, expecting him to turn and talk to me, but he never did, and in the moment, I thought it was so strange. Then I thought about it and realized how the hell is anybody supposed to navigate this trail and its many challenges at night, in pitch black darkness with no flashlight? To this day, I still think there was no way anybody could navigate the trail at night with no flashlight or source, or familiar or not. I immediately got a terrible gut feeling about him. I started sprinting off the trail through the trees toward lights and the sounds of cars in the distance. After a couple of minutes, I found myself on the side of a highway where I then used the last little bit of my battery to call my mom. She was crying and asked me where I was, and she ended up picking me up at a gas station 2 miles away from the trail entrance. Running over my foot on accident in the moment of panic to get into the car, I later told her the whole story. We haven't hiked since. We're not very good at it, and I have no experience, and quite honestly, this whole experience scared both of us. I don't know if the guy was a ghost or a person trying to catch people on the trail and do things to them, or a figment of my imagination, but I didn't care to stick around long enough to find out. Kadena AFB, Okinawa, Japan, 2002-2005. I used to live on Kadena Air Base from 2002 to 2005. Never really had thought of ghosts before I moved there. One night I woke up and I was laying on my side, and there was a mirror that I was facing. As I opened my eyes, there was a dark, shadowy figure looming over me. I immediately got up and ran to my parents' bedroom. It wasn't sleep paralysis, clearly, as I got up and sprinted. I didn't dream it either, because every night for the next year I slept on my parents' bed bench until my dad said this is crazy and started locking me out. I was terrified to be in my room. My next experience was on a Saturday when I had, detention. The lights were off pretty much throughout the school. It was me, my teacher, Mr. Enrique, and this somewhat older boy who I didn't really know. As me and this dude were walking to class to begin detention, this little Japanese girl, probably 6 years old, was giggling behind us. She rounded the corner and we followed her. She was gone. We asked the teacher who the little Japanese girl was, and the teacher was not amused. He said because me and the other dude wanted to act a fool, we were the only 3 people in the school. This one I'm not certain of. I just remember it being weird, and there could be a plausible explanation. Thinking back on it, though, seems super weird and random Japanese girl in the middle school at 8 a.m. on a Saturday by herself. Another story is my first day in Okinawa. We stayed in a little house off base. And this house had creepy dolls that I didn't like. So I turned them around, and it was just me and my dad. My mom was held back due to troubles transporting my dog, and I woke up the next morning, the dolls were all faced back forward. I asked my dad why he moved the dolls back around, and he didn't have the slightest idea what I was talking about. We don't have the playing pranks on each other type of relationship. This isn't my story, but everybody who went to my middle school knew this one. There was a house near Gate 2. It was called the Greenhouse. Don't know why. The story I heard was that some officer killed his entire family and wrote some Japanese samurai stuff in their blood. The next family that lived there, another officer killed his family. Not sure the writing in blood is hyperbole from whoever told me, but there's this mini documentary on YouTube, and 2 officers killed their families in that house. I heard they used it for storage back when I lived there, and it's since been demolished. My house itself, I truly believe, was haunted. The feeling of always being watched, weird knocking in the computer room late at night when the only thing I really wanted to do was talk to my friends on Messenger or AOL. But I had a desktop back then and refused to go in there at night. Every single one of my friends who lived on that base had a ghost story. It was not a speculative phenomenon amongst my friends, it was a shared lived experience. Not had a single experience since I moved away in 2005, and sometimes I think it was my childhood over imagination and just misremembering maybe. But that figure that was looming over me, it happened. I'd staked my life on it. Anyway, that's my anecdotal experience with Kadena AFB. I need some help understanding this. I've never really believed in spirits or ghosts. I recently got a job at an old cinema in New South Wales. I've been settling in with the coworkers well. Around a week ago, I'm talking with one of the other workers, and he brought up a story about a 1920s, like the cinema used to be a nightclub run by a man who one day died while working there. It was never found out how he died. Then, in 1966, my boss bought the nightclub and turned it into a theater. It's said that the man died at a place behind the curtains and screen, where you go up some stairs and you see 3 different rooms. The left room is just for storing stock, and the middle room is for old projectors, and the right room is where the man apparently died. I didn't believe any of this until they told me that some ghost investigators came here about 10 years ago. Apparently, they did an investigation in that room. Boss said he didn't believe anything about ghosts, but later they came back from that room and said they had done a full conversation with the man who used to own a nightclub here, wanted to kill the boss. Boss was shocked because apparently he never told anybody that this place used to be a nightclub. And many of the other boys had many sightings of ghosts near that room. Yesterday I went up to get some popcorn boxes in the left room, pitch black by the way. I had my phone light. I looked through the hallway and see the right room's doors wide open. So I walk up to it and I enter the room. The room felt like walking through jelly. It was really cold and smelled really weird. In the other rooms you could hear the movie playing, but in that one room you couldn't hear a single thing. I just stood there for a moment looking around the room, scraps of paper torn up, and a desk with a picture of a woman, when I hear a huge bang behind me, which made me sprint out of there. I went back in there today and I felt really dizzy. I don't know if I believe in ghosts or anything, but something about that room made me feel really uneasy, and I shouldn't be in there. The things in the woods. Including me, there's only 3 people that know about this. There are 3 separate incidents, and I'm not certain the first one is related, but I feel like it is. I'm seriously on edge thinking back on it. This happened in 2009 to 2011 in northern New England. Each time it was spring. The first time I didn't see it, I heard it. This was April 2009. My cousin and I had recently finished building a teepee deep in the woods behind our house. I made the trek to it by myself one day. I don't remember why exactly, but I would imagine it was to work on it. While I was inside it, I heard grunting and stomping. I was too scared to look or try to leave, and it kept happening, and it escalated to rocks being thrown at me. They all landed right outside the teepee. It was covered in tarp, so I couldn't see out, and I genuinely thought it was a moose until somewhat recently, because I didn't really think of how moose don't throw rocks. It wasn't until I told my spouse the story a year or so ago, and she said, "Moose don't throw rocks," that I realized I never fully processed it. We don't know that. When it was happening, I was paralyzed in fear. Ended up calling my dad and telling him a moose was after me and I couldn't make myself leave. After a while, he gave me the courage to book it down the mountain, and when we met near the yard, we hugged and cried. He didn't even know where I was. We've never been close, so that memory's been vivid too, making the whole memory a lot longer. Fast forward to April of 2010. I had my rabbit outside in his outdoor pen thing, and it was probably near midnight. My backyard was small, with a steep woodsy hill bordering it along with all the neighbors. The woods is about 150 acres, borders a huge apple orchard and a big pond before reaching another back road. It's a small mountain. I was outside very late. I was with my rabbit for some reason when I had a strong sensation of something watching me. I was facing the woods and my rabbit was right in front of me. His pen was into the wood line a little bit. The yard was pitch black beside the garage light on, which was behind me, facing the other side. I looked up and noticed two green lights about 30 yards away on top of the hill. But the more I focused, the quicker I realized they were a pair of eyes. Genuinely getting a ton of anxiety typing this out now. This thing was watching me, creeping low in the ground with its head, and it was studying me. It moved very slightly and methodically and blinked slower than normal. Seemed a bit dumb, if that makes sense. Why do I think that? Well, I know for certain it was crouched down and studying me. This was 2010, so keep in mind what kind of phone I had. I flipped it open and recorded it and took so many zoomed-in photos. I did get a decent photo of two green eyes, and I still have that phone. There's nothing on it anymore. I don't know what happened in the media on it, and I was just able to charge it and look at it a few years ago, and I was terrified and waited for it to leave. It never did. I grabbed my rabbit after a really long time and booked it inside. Fast forward again to April 2011. This is the most unbelievable, ridiculous, stupid-sounding encounter, but I've mentioned this to everybody but my wife. Or never mentioned it to anybody but my wife. My friend and I were walking up to his girlfriend's house very late at night, and this is a very woodsy rural area with dark back roads. Her and her friend, my wife now and girlfriend at the time, were having a sleepover. His house was only a few miles away, maybe. He went there to play a prank, but ended up losing interest and just wandered back. On one of the roads, there's a small clearing around the woods and a field across the street. There's no street lights and a few houses in the area. As we're walking down the road, we see dozens of creatures with glowing small green eyes standing in this clearing, moving around very oddly and watching us. They were all standing about 7 feet tall, moving around uncomfortably and watching us. They didn't make any noise, and neither of us said anything as we kept walking past. While watching them watch us, there were dozens of them. They all swayed left and right and ducked up and down, but didn't leave their place. All of them with their glowing green eyes watching us walk past. We didn't even mention it until later because it was so weird. I remember each of these incidents as vividly as looking at a video at my phone, and I can pinpoint exactly where each one took place. I do not know what happened there, but I haven't been back to any of those places. I think I may have met one of my ancestors. So 2 years ago, just after COVID times, I went home to visit my parents in East Africa. My dad had a small pickup, a 1989 Datsun 120Y. It was under a tree that hadn't been running for decades. Out of boredom, my husband and I decided to try to fix it and use it maybe as a farm truck. Anyway, we cleaned it up, cranked it up, and lo and behold, a few shillings and parts later, some jerry-rigging, we got it running. It ran really well, and we decided to go visit my uncle in it. We had a small hand-drawn map, and anyway, we went to visit, and it was great. Took my uncle a Texas belt buckle for his kanzu and a wood-turned pen as a present. He killed us a goat and roasted it with some traditional beer. Got really late, and he asked us to spend the night, but he had no mosquito nets, and I didn't really want to risk getting sick, so we set back home very late. We trusted the truck. To get home, we had to pass through a forest. There's no GPS there, so I was just using my memory to remember the way. Suddenly, the engine started cutting out and died in the middle of the forest. Everything went off. Lights, everything. I was terrified, but my late husband, who was not African, was oblivious. I told him to stay in the car. He said no and went to check the engine. I sat there praying, and suddenly an old man appeared out of nowhere. He was wearing a white robe, traditional attire in this neck of the woods, and had a machete with a small woven basket. He was barefoot. He asked what was happening. He spoke in my father tongue and haltingly explained, and he said he was a mechanic in his youth and he knew a bit around old cars. He also knew who I was and recalled my grandparents and great-uncles and some other people. He offered to look, and my husband let him. I got out of the car, too. He tinkers a bit with all the wires, and all the while telling me how he knew my relatives and telling me that he knew me, too. I asked who he was. He gave me some connections that I didn't really fully grasp, and I was scared, and I kept praying, and he was laughing and comforting me. I thought he was just a peasant going home, but it was past midnight. Anyway, after some time, he told me to go and try and start the truck, and I did, and lo and behold, it started. We offered him a ride, and he said, "No, I'll go back home quickly." His house was nearby anyway, apparently. We thanked him and offered him money, and he refused but gave us a bunch of fat yellow bananas from his basket. And banana are my favorite. He puts his hand on my head and blessed me and said that he went back into the forest. We sat in the car and turned on the light and had turned them off because some cars won't go on if the lights are drawing power. What we do see is a pride of very, very large lions sitting in the jungle not 20 feet from us. The male roared at us and my blood curdled. We would have been eaten for sure that night. We drove home as fast as that little truck would go and woke my dad up. My mom was worrying and praying, and yeah, there's no cell service in our village, so we couldn't even call. Anyway, the next day the whole village knew what happened. I come from the Lion clan, Mpologoma, and everyone is convinced that these were my ancestors, and the old man had transformed into a human to help me, or variations on this theme. He came to protect me from the lions, or the lions called him, or I prayed for help and he was sent to me, or the ancestors wanted to bless me or forewarn me of the impending tragedy that would become of my life after. I remember everything vividly. His white robes, his feet looked clean, the smell he smelt of nature in the forest, like morning dew, and his eyes, bright eyes on an old man. I remember his eyes. I was asked to repeat his blessing, and this is what he said. "May you be like a reed when the storms that are come to arrive. May you bend in the wind and not break you. Or may you be like a fish, and when waves that are to come, may you swim through them like a fish in water." The words for rain and water are the same, and the words for fish and reed are also similar. Not the best in my father tongue. I've spoken it only 2 times in 20 years, so I'm rusty. Now, since then, let me tell you, I've been through it, like through it. Can't even face most of it yet, and I'm widowed and I feel dead. But I'm still here somehow, more faithful, but in some way more broken than anyone on earth, but still standing. Somehow when everything's falling, I remember that guy, and I know there's something very great and amazing outside me. One day, I'll be a part of it. I never told anyone what I saw that night. Maybe Reddit will believe me. Someone on Reddit will. This is something that happened when I was about 12. I don't usually talk about it because people either don't believe me or just don't care, but it's something that stuck with me for years. So it was during summer break. My cousin was staying at my house because they had broken their knee and needed help getting around. He was a little older than me, but we were super close. We'd stay up all night playing video games, eating junk food, and just doing typical guy stuff. One night, I was in my room playing video games by myself. My cousin was in the living room. I'm not sure what he was doing, but I know that we were the only ones home. It was getting late. I was about to shut everything down and go to sleep. That's when I saw something. Something started crawling toward me. It looked human, but not quite, and it was all messed up and deformed. The way it moved didn't seem right at all. It made these weird noises I can't even describe. At first, I thought it was my cousin playing some weird kind of a sick prank, until I remembered his leg was broken. He couldn't crawl like that even if he wanted to. That's when I absolutely lost it. Ran out of that room so fast I didn't even look back. Told my cousin what I saw, and he didn't really believe me. But I could tell he was creeped out too, and after that I realized, and I just refused to sleep in that room for at least a week. Crashed on the couch in the living room and kept the light on. Ended up living in that house for another 6 years. Nothing quite like that ever happened again, but that room never felt right. I always had this weird, heavy feeling when I was in there, like I was being watched. Don't know what I saw that night, and I honestly don't care if people believe me or not. I know what I experienced, and to this day I still get chills thinking about it. I have moved since then, but every now and then I get scared that something like that might happen again. Has anyone ever experienced something similar, or does anybody have any advice on how to deal with this kind of thing? Still get freaked out sometimes, and I don't really talk about it with anyone in real life. It felt like he was alive, and we were gone. My dad visited me in a dream. My dad passed away almost 8 months ago. I used to see him in dreams more often in the beginning, but for the last months, nothing. Then last night I had a dream that felt different and vivid, emotional, almost like I was actually there. In the dream, I was in the kitchen. He was cooking, wearing his usual clothes. I instinctively went to hug him, but I stopped myself. When he was alive, he had heart problems and used to get nervous about hugs. He was afraid they might hurt him physically. And in the dream, I almost touched him, and then this time he didn't flinch. He didn't move away. It was peaceful. Then we started walking together toward my bedroom, through the staircase. I remember thinking, "You're here again," with this overwhelming sense of joy and disbelief. We were speaking with words, but also communicating through our minds. Hard to explain. Felt very natural in the dream. I asked him what it's like to be over there and begged him not to throw me away again, like in one of my first dreams after he passed when I suddenly woke up just as I saw him. I could feel that same pulling sensation like someone was trying to wake me up. He told me he's well and happy, but he said with sort of an emotional sense of longing or slight sadness. Not quite a complaint, more like a heartfelt expression of missing something. I told him, "Don't tell me you're not okay." He reassured me that he is okay and happy, but that he's just waiting for us, our family, so he can truly feel whole again. It was like he was the one who was alive and we had died, and he misses us. That's when I woke up and it was 7:30. Here's the strange part. Later that day, I told my mom about the dream. She told me she also dreamed of him, around midnight to 1 a.m., and in her dream, they were with friends. When somebody asked him if he was happy, he said yes with a big glowing smile. I don't know what to make of it all, but it brought up so many emotions. Have any of you ever had a similar experience with loved ones who passed? Does it mean something, or just our mind processing grief in an unusual way? Strange bell-like sounds at night while camping in Kamadi Springs, South Africa. What did I hear? Hi everyone, I wanted to share a strange and slightly unsettling experience I had while camping in Kamadi Springs, South Africa. Let's maybe see if anybody here has any ideas or has experienced something similar. A while back, I stayed up late one night while camping near the dive site at Kamadi Springs. It was around 10 p.m. when I heard something coming out of the bush. It was about 15-20 meters away behind a friend's tent. It moved into the small dirt road that runs past our campsite toward the water. At first, it sounded like small and light, like a small buck or an animal walking on a rocky road. But then something unusual happened. I started hearing bell-like ringing sounds coming from whatever it was. The bells had a high-pitched, toy-like quality, like something you'd hear on a doll. Didn't move around much, it just stayed in one spot. And at around 10:45 to 11 p.m., the sound started again. Went on for 10-15 minutes. Then my friend came out of his tent to pee. The sound stopped immediately. didn't start up again until around 12 or 12:10. Then it lasted for about 45 minutes straight. After that, it faded as the creature or thing walked back into the bush. A few extra details. It was pitch dark, really no lights beside my headlamp and the stars. The sound seemed too small for a donkey or a goat or a pig, and it sounded tiny, like a small animal. But the bell-like sound was eerily out of place. There's wild pigs in the fenced camp area, but this doesn't sound like one of those. It was too small for predators like leopards or hyenas or lions, and definitely not a human. No one in their right mind would be walking around there alone at night in a game reserve. We're the only ones in the campground, and I was the only one awake. I was too freaked out to record it even though I had my phone on me. I shined my headlamp in the direction of the sound, but saw nothing, and the sound didn't stop when I did. Anybody ever experienced something like this in the bush, especially in South Africa? Could it have been an animal with a bell or something else entirely? I'm going back to Commodity Springs next weekend for some diving. See if the noise happens again, I'll try to record it. I'd love to hear your thoughts on what it is that I heard.